This is Indian Noir, India's most critically acclaimed horror and crime storytelling podcast.
You are about to listen to the complete fourth season of His Night Begins.
Once the children started screaming, they refused to stop. After all, the sight of their fathers, brothers, uncles, or grandfathers being dragged out of their huts and plunged headfirst into large vats of corrosive acid would be enough to send even grown men and women spiraling into madness. A strong easterly carried their shrill screams along the narrow stretch of beach, which showcased the coastal beauty of the village of Upara in Goa. But the same wind earned the displeasure of Miguel Beltran Fuentes, the man in charge of the operations of the Mortifagos cartel in India. It was snuffing out the flame from his lighter every time he tried to light up his Carillo La Historia cigar, lovingly made in the Dominican Republic. "Chinga tu madre," he said, throwing the cigar into a vat where a man's body was dissipating into pink goo. India and China's reputation as the pharmacy of the world drew the attention of drug dealers looking for raw materials to spin into pure gold. And Goa was the base of operations chosen by the Mortifagos to power their vile enterprise. The day laborers were being punished for leaking information to a pharma company, which was being quietly fleeced by the cartel for precursor chemicals used to make fentanyl, a synthetic opioid 100 times more powerful than morphine. It was known by names such as China Girl, Dance Fever, Murder Rate, among others. One of the most popular party drugs in the world, responsible for the deaths of thousands, it generated billions of dollars in profits for organized crime. The pharma company had gotten the police involved, who unfortunately were on the take, and gladly identified the cartel's employee in Upara as the traitor for a fat wad of cash. Not satisfied with cutting the body of the rat to pieces, the cartel had decided to make it known in no uncertain terms that they would be not tolerating disobedience or betrayal. They had turned up with their gunmen late at night and made the whole village witness their vicious atrocities to drill home the message. They were employees of the Mortifagos, sorting and packaging the chemicals before it was shipped out from Mormugao port to Mexico, and their employers had certain expectations of them. This was for all intents and purposes a HR exercise from hell. Miguel finally managed to light a cigar as he watched over the infernal proceedings. He didn't flinch even once, as shrieking men were sent to their deaths headfirst. Miguel, who was in his 30s, cut a handsome figure in his sky blue suit and white linen shirt. His tanned, handsome supermodel features, framed by long hair and a healthy beard, did not diminish the cruel hunger in his eyes to conquer the world. "Enough," Miguel said to his right-hand man, the big-bellied, mustachioed Antonio Perez, once the 15th man was sent to a gurgling death in a sizzling tub filled with chemicals. I don't want their pinche paisan screams disturbing me when I'm talking to Papa, Miguel said, answering his phone. Buenos dias, Papa, Miguel said, switching to an affectionate tone. Antonio shushed the fearful crowd of onlookers with a fat finger to his lips and an angry glare that made some pee in their pants. Mothers clamped their sweaty, shaking hands on the mouths of their children, and adults hid their faces behind their lungis and palus to ensure total compliance. Bien, see, we have a politically connected local ally who has been trying to make inroads into Indraprastha city. He tells me that the main man there, a cabron named Nilesh Chettiar, is no close to agreeing. We will have to show our true colors, Papa, as anticipated, Miguel said into the phone as he walked along the beach admiring the moonlit waves. I know it is a big responsibility, Papa, but we believe in your vision, and I am more than capable of helping you achieve this dream, Miguel said, kicking a large conch back into the foaming waters. I did not imagine you fulfilling your responsibilities so well, given how you have failed me in the past. His father, Don Ernesto Fuentes, said from the distant shores. Win this piece of paradise for me, and you will reclaim the throne in my heart. Un trono de oro precioso. Miguel's pleasant features froze in the moonlit night, and a coldness crept into his voice. A throne of precious gold, hey? You can judge me after I have completed my mission, Don Beltran. The death squads have arrived in IP City. I thought I would deliver the good news myself, mi hijo, the aging Don said. Miguel allowed himself a slight smile before delivering a curt gracias and cutting the call. Two more. Miguel turned and shouted at Antonio, who was dressed in his favored uniform, a floral print shirt and jeans held together by a vicious-looking death's head hawk moth belt buckle. The faithful dog directed the gun-toting goons to oblige, and soon Miguel had the music of the screams to help him suppress the painful memories of past sins. The 60-year-old man, whose true name was Advik Parve, was known only as Guruji, and he sat in a hospital hallway waiting to see the finance officer. His subordinates in the police force and the now defunct encounter squad coined the honorific Guruji as a mark of respect for his skills and record as a legally sanctioned stone-cold killer. A brawny brute of a man, he sat on a small plastic chair that looked like it was about to collapse under the weight of its occupant. He was 6'3", barrel-chested and broad-shouldered. He had the stone hands of a cave troll and the eyes of a hawk. Death was a certainty for those who crossed him in the line of duty. Guruji wore his trademark white-striped business shirt and grey pants under a long khaki overcoat which had seen better days. Once, when he was a media darling, he wore his many police medals and pinned state government accolades to the coat. But he had ditched all the adornments once he was forced to retire from the service. Now it advertised stains and scuff marks, which were the hallmarks of aging fabric. His full head of greying hair and weathered face hid under the shade of his Stetson hat that was gifted to him by a former commissioner of police on returning from a trip to Texas. The Stetson, too, was displaying the ravages of time. At first glance, he seemed like the kind of man who people would steer clear of wherever he went. But if you saw his sour face and the broken shards of his soul reflected in his eyes, you would perhaps question his capacity to resort to violence. On a tiny TV, bolted to the dismal green wall, the news channel was replaying scenes from recent fire bombings and drive-by shooting incidents targeted at the businesses of the city's undisputed don, Nilesh Chettiar. The boisterous anchor was repeatedly suggesting the involvement of Mexican cartels and berating the Deputy Commissioner SP Vinaya Prasad for her incompetence.
This woman's inability to maintain law and order in Indraprastha city is shameful. यहाँ narcos जैसा हो जाएगा. हम बर्बाद हो जाएंगे.
The man screamed before pausing to suck on some strepsils and have a sip of his piping hot lemon tea.
Advik Barve?
A man in his 30s said, popping his bald head out of the office door. Guruji got up unhurriedly and let out a sigh, preparing for the disappointment that lay ahead. He glanced at the violence depicted on the television one last time before walking into the room to receive the bad news. His wife was dying of colon cancer, and the experimental treatment that might prolong her life would cost north of 25 lakh rupees. He didn't have the money. His wife didn't have time. Nilesh Chettiar's black Bentley raced along the western bypass as he patiently absorbed the verbal threats uttered by Abhinav Pandey, the son of the local member of parliament and the mouthpiece of the cartel in IP City. Nilesh had put on some weight in the last few years, but still cut a handsome figure in his white linen shirt and pants. A lush beard adorned his patrician face. A gold chain and several gem-studded rings graced his fingers, enhancing his air of authority.
So, you haven't learned anything from the disruption and the monetary loss we have caused you, you thick-headed pig?
Abhinav spat with vehemence. You forgot to mention the few dozen men you have killed. Nilesh said sarcastically as he glanced at his right-hand man J-Bhim next to him in the back passenger seat of the Porsche vehicle. J-Bhim gave him a wry smile in response. He was a loyal servant of the Chettiar clan, whose handsome, lantern-jawed, clean-shaven looks and long hair would not have been misplaced on a fashion ramp or a Bollywood movie. He wore a tank top underneath an open flannel shirt and a black jeans, all of which struggled to contain his bulging musculature.
Haven't you had enough, you fucking dog? You have ruled over this city for years now, without sharing its bountiful harvests.
Abhinav said, There is no golden rule that I should share the good fortunes this city has offered to those who have the balls to conquer it. Nilesh said,
The old school dons, men of honor, used to. I suppose a Southie like you wouldn't understand it. You forget that you are an outsider. You are a trespasser, an unwelcome temporary guest.
Abhinav said, Chup, you forget that my father made this city his home decades ago. He fought for every inch of this city. His blood, sweat and tears built this empire. And his generosity towards the unfortunate of the city has not been forgotten by the old-timers. I continue those traditions. So quit lecturing me about heritage, Nilesh said. Gokul Shinde, Nilesh Chettiar's accountant and trusted advisor, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, clapped noiselessly at this comment. The older man was in his usual uniform, a silk jubba and saffron dhoti. His greying hair and moustache were neatly combed. His gold-framed glasses and his warm smile gave him the appearance of everyone's favorite older uncle.
Yeah, your father got his fangs into the city because of Virad Nariman's bloody antics, not because of his own greatness. Everybody knows that,
Abhinav said. You are not worthy of uttering their names, you cur, Nilesh said angrily. Abhinav paused as he took a sip of his whiskey noisily on the line.
I pity you, for you know not what awaits you,
he said. I pity you, you spineless dog. You tried to put a dent in our business with the political might of your father and failed. Now, you are teaming up with the cartels. Only this time you have gone and fucked up real bad. You stupid boy. What do you think the cartels are going to do to you once you let them through the gates? You think they will still want you as a partner? Nilesh paused before pronouncing what he thought would be Abhinav's likely fate. They will cut you up and drop your bits in the Arabian Sea, the first chance they get.
There will be no more calls from me to help you make sense of the new world order, Don Chettiar. A season of pain and sorrow for you and your loved ones begins now,
Abhinav said. If you are done with your vacuous cryptic threats, I am off to my son's birthday party. I'll be sure to serve a piece of cake to my dog. Interestingly, his name is Abhinav too, Nilesh said.
I doubt even the dog has been spared,
Abhinav said before hanging up. How did you go? Bhim asked as soon as Nilesh tossed the phone on the leather seat. The usual spicy stuff, Jay. The boy has an excellent future in the movies, playing an over-the-top villain, Nilesh said. Gokul Shinde let out a boisterous laugh from the front seat at this comment. Like father, like son, Shinde added. The security is tight at home, isn't it? Nilesh asked Bhim, a hint of doubt creeping into his voice. Of course, Bhim said enthusiastically. I wish Rani Madam and you had listened to me when I asked you both to go to the US for a while, Shinde said. At least till all of this excitement dies down. We are not cowards to run and hide. This is our city. Our family reigns here like royalty. A few firebombs and dropped bodies haven't dampened our business or weakened our powers. So we are not going anywhere, Nilesh said. Just dogs barking at the moon. Mangy street dogs with grand ambitions, Bhim added, earning a smile from his boss. Sorry, Sab. My intention was not to offend you, Shinde said. I know, Shinde. You care for me and my family. It's only natural you are worried, given the track record of these animals, Nilesh said, referring to the cartel's bloody antics in Goa. They had managed to wipe out all but a small tranche of the D'Souza crime outfit in their quest to conquer the coastal state. I cannot believe that boy got the cartel involved in his expansion plans. Idiot, Shinde said. Forget about it, Shinde. I'm looking forward to little Lakshman's Black Forest cake, Jai Bhim said. Or is it your Rani Bhabhi's payasam? Nilesh said, slapping Jai Bhim's belly. Nilesh had borrowed a page from his father's playbook and learned to treat his workers like they were members of his own family. In return, he had the unbreakable loyalty of thousands, some of whom were second-generation employees, who would die for him without a second thought. No money could buy that kind of loyalty. No money could buy that kind of trust. Something the Mexican cartels, like the syndicate before their time, could not fathom in the least. As soon as they turned right and sped up the steep road that led to the posh suburb of Rajputana Hills, they knew something was wrong. Dark smoke was curling up into the sky in the distance. Jai Bhim pulled out his radio and directed the escort vehicle prowling behind them to drive ahead and act as a shield in case things went south. He grabbed 2 Smith & Wesson M&P compacts from a side compartment and handed them to Nilesh and Shinde. He extracted his own M&P Bodyguard 380 from his holster and braced for action as the bulletproof Bentley came to a halt in front of Nilesh Chettiar's home. It looked like a set from a war movie. The gate and the gatehouse was a ruin of smoke and crushed masonry. The garden was littered with bodies of men who once protected the residents of the palatial home with their powerful automatic weapons. Now their blood and meat covered the ornate gardens like some hellish vision dreamed up by Dante. The front of the home, designed by a famed Danish architect, was dotted with bullet holes and damaged by shrapnel. 5 men from the escort vehicle swarmed out, guns leveled, to clear the bomb and bullet-damaged compound. Nilesh tried to step out of the vehicle, his panicked face covered in sweat, his darting eyes trying to catch a glimpse of his family. Jai Bhim stopped him with a powerful fist to his chest and shook his head. "We wait till the men give me an all clear," he said. Nilesh started breathing heavily. His cool and calm demeanor from moments ago was nowhere to be seen. The confident Dawn was replaced by a petrified husband and worried father. Shinde, who was tearing up, locked eyes with his master. "They would have gone to the panic room, sir," Shinde said unconvincingly. "They know. We have drilled this 1,000,000 times." One of the gunmen, who had gone to secure the premises, returned and whispered something in Jai Bhim's ears. A shocked expression clouded the bodyguard's face. He turned to Nilesh and said, "Come, sir." "What? What happened?" Nilesh said. "Let's go, sir," Jai Bhim said to Nilesh. Nilesh seemed incapable of moving from his seat. He splayed out his fingers and took a few panicked breaths. "Where's my wife and child? Are they okay?" he asked. Jai Bhim looked at Shinde first, who nodded, and then turned his attention back to his beloved Dawn. Jai Bhim shook his head. The bodyguard didn't have the courage to convey what the man had spoken in his ears. So he took Nilesh to the spot in the backyard where his wife, child and dog were shot and hung from the branches of a fruiting tree. Their bodies swayed gently in the breeze, like the promise of a spring that would never come to blossom. The killer, lurking in the shadows, was mildly amused at her quarry's attempts to evade detection. After all, losing yourself in the crush of tourists in Lalitpur, the third largest city in Nepal, was not too difficult. Home to hundreds of temples, monasteries, and crowded bazaars, the place was an ever-changing maze, transforming under the watchful eyes of towering pagodas and stupas. Chowks became cobblestoned streets, which then narrowed into alleyways that spidered away into shopping districts with their distinctly red-tiled roofs. And beyond the tourist traps and clusters of hotels lay the residential suburbs, swathes of three-storied eyesores that prominently featured large black water tanks on their roofs. Day and night, the city noisily exhaled and inhaled the air of curiosity, religious fervor, and trade. Raghavendra Kumar, fondly known as RK, was the founder of the multi-billion-dollar educational technology startup, Shailus. He disappeared with the money his investors had lovingly poured into his enterprise. His plan was to hide out in Nepal before being smuggled across the mountains into China and then escape to Russia. He was offered safety and anonymity by the local mafia clans based in Ulan-Ude, a critical jumping-off spot on the Trans-Siberian Highway. RK was going by the name of Joseph Alex. He had shaved off his hair and wore a fake mustache and beard to throw off his pursuers. Currently, he was holed up in a small hotel in the city's heart, not too far from the usual tourist attractions. Every couple of days, he shifted his accommodation. He also made sure he took a different route every time he ventured into the city to negotiate with the Nepalese smugglers, who promised to haul him across the mountains. While these tactics, including switching mobility patterns, sticking to cash payments, and ditching mobile phones to avoid leaving a digital trail, might have worked a treat on the police or a low-level hired killer, RK was unfortunately dealing with Naz Qureshi, Virat Nariman's best and only protege. Dressed in a cheap salwar kameez that was 2 sizes too big to hide her beautiful curves, and embracing the disheveled tourist from India look, Naz stalked her prey like a poorly dressed mountain lioness. Naz's shawl hid the beauty of her face and full lips, which made most human beings weak in their knees. Her large, seductive eyes peered through the gap in the clothing, noting information like a specialized camera harvesting biometric information. While she used the round swell of her breasts effectively in honey trap kills, on this occasion, she hid them under layers of clothing to avoid drawing any unwanted attention and to help her hide her gun and a Japanese tanto dagger. It helped that the winter months had just kicked in, keeping her cool under her oppressive disguise. RK might have got away with it all if he had fleeced the kind of investor who joined class action lawsuits and trusted the police. Instead, he had pissed off the kind that liked their grievances to be resolved by Naz Q's ilk. So here she was, about to deliver what her teacher, one of the greatest hitmen in the world, Virat Nariman, would have described as ensuring karmic balance. We are in the business of delivering consequences, he used to say. used to. Naz sighed as she considered her memories of the man. How could she not? He had brought her back from the brink of suicide and ruin, helped her lie low while she regained her physical and mental health, given her meaningless life a new direction by training her up in warehouses and secret yards to become a human weapon. Some creatures are meant for the hunt, Naz. I see it in your eyes. These are the eyes of a predator. You are exactly where you belong. Now, shoot, she could hear him say, as she aimed at a row of glass bottles. The world bludgeoned you with its cruelty. You chose not to bleed out. You chose to survive, so you could have a chance to hit back. This is you hitting back. Now, destroy those bottles. Show me how clear your mind is, how perfectly balanced your grip is, and how steady your aim is. Naz, I'm proud of you, Virat had said. A deep pang of sorrow crept into her heart at the realization that she would never hear that voice again. She put her reveries back in her box of secrets as her quarry emerged from his hotel lobby. RK searched the crowd for suspicious characters who might be tailing him and then walked on. Naz's Casio G-Shock showed 5:11 p.m. Winter darkness was creeping across the night sky. RK was venturing out a bit later than usual. Mixing up the times too, eh, boyo? Nice touch, Naz thought. Naz detached herself from the shadowed innards of an empty shopfront, which was partly damaged by recent earthquakes, and followed him. RK had a black backpack on him. There were 2 other occasions when he carried the same bag in the last few weeks. He had clearly engaged in some financial transactions on those select dates. Naz had a feeling that he was going to hand over the last tranche of payment promised to the smugglers, which meant his flight across the mountains was imminent. She had to finish him tonight to fulfill her contract. While he switched his living arrangements regularly, RK's final destination during his city walks was always the same: the Sri Krishna grocery store on Tamil Street. As usual, he entered the blue single-story shop with the red roof tiles via the rear entrance. On previous occasions, RK had spent roughly 30 minutes at the joint before returning to his accommodation. Naz watched locals buy rice, lentils, kerosene, and packaged food items at the storefront from a safe distance. She could imagine RK wheeling and dealing in the back room with his soon-to-be saviors. What a waste, she thought. You won't survive the night, Mr. One of Wealth magazine's 40 under 40 trailblazers. She hadn't gotten lucky with the time of the day, location, or circumstances before, which is why Naz hadn't done the deed yet. But today, she would have to force her luck, make things happen. After 10 minutes, RK exited from the back entrance with a smile on his lips, waved at someone inside, before turning his attention to the streets. Same routine. He scanned the throng of tourists and locals going about their business, but missed Naz's lurking presence. The sun had nearly set, and the evening shadows were conspiring with Naz to make her happy. She followed him through busy streets twinkling with fancy lights from colorful stalls and shop fronts, as well as quieter residential areas, as he wove a haphazard trail towards his hotel. "Come on, Angel Luck, where are you? When are you going to give me an opening?" muttered Naz. They were 10 minutes away from RK's last port of call. Naz decided to throw caution to the wind and do the deed. She was not the type to be careless. But as she had recently experienced on several jobs, the waiting game was grating on her nerves. How unprofessional, she thought. Time to get out of the business. There was, of course, another reason why Naz was contemplating retirement. A serious point of concern, which would make itself known in a matter of moments. 2 Nepalese police jeeps turned into the street. Spooked by the sight of the patrol, the fugitive picked up his pace and ducked into an alleyway. RK was hoping to avoid the prying gaze of the officers, who may or may not be carrying lookout notices for him supplied by the Indian police. Naz followed, not bothering to stick too close to the walls framing the laneway, but she still maintained noise discipline. She didn't want him to hear a peep before the kill strike sent him to his maker. She drew the handgun with the silencer attached to its tip as soon as the 2 police vehicles rolled past the entrance to the passageway. And then she got the shakes. Fuck, no, not again, she thought. She looked down at her gun, which was trembling like a leaf in a storm. Fuck. It had started a month after she had found out about the death of her mentor, Virat Nariman, and this cursed phenomenon had plagued her on every mission since. Some 12 contract kills performed with poor form, thanks to the sudden onset of the disability. She had done all manners of mobility drills, seen doctors, done tests, and taken meds to address the issue. But there was nothing wrong with her physically. Psychological, not physiological, the whitecoats had suggested. Virat was the only one she could go to for a debrief in a business where trust was at a premium. But now, Naz sighed at her predicament. It was not like she could go to a counselor with the problem. "Do your job," she commanded her hand. It still shook. "Time to bail. Time to leave the biz," a voice inside stated. "Why did you have to get yourself killed, Virat?" Naz lamented. This was the real reason she kept the Japanese knife. The unsteady gun hand might throw off her aim, but a blade at close quarters was less likely to be afflicted by the same problem. She pushed the gun back into the holster hidden inside her flabby outfit and unsheathed the knife a tad too noisily. "Fuck, Naz, you're getting really sloppy. Your head is not screwed on properly," she thought. RK's ears perked up, his skin tightened, the hair on the back of his neck stood up. Detecting the oncoming danger, he bolted. He couldn't hear anyone chasing him, but he didn't dare look back. He just pounded the road with his running shoes, hoping to get to the hotel before any misfortune befell his sorry ass. He was so close. The promise of luxurious life away from the long arms of justice awaited him. The Russian mafia clans had promised him a well-appointed home, hookers, servants, and the occasional trip to their resorts in the Caspian Sea for a share of his ill-gotten wealth. Tomorrow, the sun would rise to illuminate his path to freedom. If only he could survive the night. He cut through several alleyways before bolting out onto a busy street where he sighted policemen searching for someone after consulting an A4-sized sheet of paper on their person. They were even questioning shopkeepers. Shit, he thought. The police patrol he had sighted previously also turned into the street, their blue and red lights strobing in the distance. He entered a side road, which was dotted with small but expensive Momo restaurants catering to cashed-up tourists. He then cut right into a well-lit alleyway with scooters parked on both sides and bundles of disorderly cables snaking above his head. The balconies of the small units on both sides featured packed clotheslines and potted plants. A cacophony of sounds from TV sets in the building provided a background score to RK's tense journey through the lane. Just 2 minutes from the safety of the hotel. He glanced behind, not a person in sight. Phew, he exhaled as he turned back to continue his journey. But before he could inhale, a sharp blade with a stunning black and gold handle wrap sliced across his neck, leaving him a gurgling mess. Naz stepped back to avoid the blood geysering out of the wound. RK clutched at his throat and slid to the floor, his eyes still fixed on the figure that had materialized out of the darkness to gift him death. The investors he had stolen from would send their own muscle to raid the hotel room and put a beating on the smugglers to extract the money he had handed over to them. Naz's job was to leave the body here for the newspapers to craft a warning for those who might think of stealing from certain dangerous parties in the future. The job was done, but Naz did not have her usual smile of satisfaction on her lips. She had memories of her shaky hand and the bitter taste of disappointment in her mouth. The mark had nearly gotten away thanks to her incompetence. Time to bail, her mind whispered. Two events occurred at the exact moment Nilesh Chettiar discovered the bloody remains of his family. Nilesh's sister Sunanda, who was an adjunct professor at the Ruskin School of Art, the famed art department of University of Oxford, was heading for a pint at one of the local pubs after a late night in her office when she was dragged into the back of a black van with tinted windows. A slight drizzle peppered the wet streets, which were mostly empty, and Sunanda's shocked scream went unnoticed. As the van drove off, two men in the back seat set upon the screaming woman with the cold precision of professional killers who have been in the trade for decades. One man garroted her from behind with a piano wire, while the other filmed the whole process on a phone camera with the patience of a wildlife documentary filmmaker. The lens captured the agony on her face, the bulging eyes, the awful chortling sounds escaping her twitching mouth. Then the zoom function was deployed to capture the wire biting into the soft flesh of her neck, severing arteries and causing the blood to jet out from the wound. The cameraman then cut back to her face and lingered on that once beautiful visage as the light in her eyes faded away. Nilesh's dearest Nanda, the little girl he used to carry on his back as they explored their father's farmlands when they were kids. The sister whose hand he held as they proudly explored their father's empire in IP City as youngsters. The constant confidant who guided him when he took his father's responsibilities in his middle age. She was no more. Miles away in the hills of Himachal's Vashisht province, Nilesh's brother Lakshman was supervising the build on their latest luxury villa project, Heaven's Bliss, when a utility vehicle loaded with several workers in yellow overalls perched on its back tray rolled up to the worksite. Spread over 10 acres on the sides of a verdant hill, the site was a medley of buildings in various stages of construction. When completed, these houses would look over a lush valley and hills covered in wild flowers. He glanced at them once before turning his attention back to the site supervisor. "What about the materials for the infinity pool?" "They still haven't arrived from Italy, sir. I'm told there is a hold-up at the port," the supervisor said distractedly as he repeatedly peeked at the newly arrived workers. "Hired extra helps, did you?" Lakshman asked. No, sir. I don't know who these people are," the man said worriedly. When Lakshman turned to appraise the new arrivals for a second time, he noticed the machine guns in their hands, which suddenly roared into life, shattering the blissful peace that permeated the valley. The guns stitched bullets into every soul on site, including Lakshman's bodyguards, the workers, and the man himself. The guardian of the Chettiar clan's legitimate businesses, who was a rock for his elder brother to lean on in tough times, didn't even get a chance to blink. He fell where he stood. The gunmen halted their firing and waited for the driver of the utility vehicle to exit it. The birds had stopped singing, and a mournful breeze swept the site, which was once a place of industry. The air reeked of death and gunpowder. The driver, a bearded man built like a wrestler, was also dressed in yellow overalls. He walked up to Lakshman's dead body and pulled out a mobile phone. He framed a shot of Lakshman's bloodied head and then snorted his disapproval. "Hurry, yaar! Make this look like a crushed watermelon," he called out to his goons as he pointed to the face. Two burly fellows bounded towards him, lifted their guns up, and made his wish their command. Nilesh Chettiar was sitting on his couch, an empty stare fixed on the bodies of his family, covered with a white sheet, when the messages containing the gruesome videos pinged his phone. He did not scream in rage or cry in despair as he saw the clips. Nilesh re-watched the recordings many times, allowing the anger and hatred to empower his desire to rain hell on Abhinav Pandey, the cartel stooge who had committed his most precious treasures to the abyss. Guruji's sick wife refused to sip the spoonful of chicken soup he had pressed against her lips. He scanned her emaciated form with concern before trying again. "Come on, Ritu. Have some of this delicious meal. You need the nourishment," he said. "Haven't you heard? The dying don't need nourishment. They need peace," Ritu said, her face a mask of pain as she shifted slightly. "Bed sores?" Guruji asked. "I am rotting inside and out, my dear husband," she said. Guruji looked around the poorly appointed room. In the crusty old apartment they had been offered at a reduced rental rate, thanks to the state government's social housing scheme. The paint was peeling from the walls, and random holes in them revealed the wiring and plumbing that serviced the unit. A dirty fan caked in cobwebs creaked and rotated pathetically at the pace of a snail. I wish I could have at least provided you with better surroundings, given that I can't get the money together to save your life, Guruji wanted to say, but he didn't. He picked up the remote and switched on the TV. A black and white romance flick was playing on Channel 8. Here, watch the movie and forget that I'm feeding you, Guruji said as he attempted to feed her. Ritu shoved the bowl aside, causing Guruji to spill some of the fluid onto the bed. Shit, Guruji said angrily. What are you going to do, big man? Bellow in rage like you used to when you were a lion? Ritu said with a mocking look on her visage. She had aged at least 10 years over the last few months. Her face was a scary painting composed of deep wrinkles, yellowing teeth, and rheumy eyes. Why do you hate me so much? He asked. She didn't respond and turned her attention to the TV. The movie was interrupted by a special news bulletin. Deputy Commissioner S.P. Prasad was fronting a press conference about the recent escalation of violence in IP City. The murder of Nilesh Chettiar's family had sent shockwaves through the city. The citizens had anticipated retribution against those who had perpetrated that heinous crime, but even they were shocked at the brutality and frequency of the gunfights raging on the streets between rival gangs. Last night, Guruji had heard the loud screech of a vehicle just as he was trying to go to sleep on the couch. Then someone fired a number of shots into a local storefront, shattering the glass and putting a cleaner in the hospital. Anarchy was spreading like a virus across the city, and the police were starting to feel the heat. Vinaya was in her late 20s, fair-skinned and a bit on the heavier side. She had a beautiful face, highlighted by a regal nose and eyes that radiated a genuine sense of authority. On the screen, she was chewing her lower lip, which Guruji knew was her nervous tick. Anyone would be nervous fronting a media pack like that. Actually, not everyone. Once upon a time, Guruji commanded the press pack like they were his domesticated pets. He had them eating out of his hands as he spun tales of his achievements as an ace shooter in the encounter squad. Once upon a time. That was the key phrase. Vinaya was in her full uniform as she sat in the glare of cameras and lights. Guruji smiled and nodded involuntarily. She looked good. All right, can we begin? Vinaya started. Guruji tore his eyes away from the screen and tried to feed Ritu a spoonful of the lukewarm dish. She grabbed the bowl and threw it across the room, sending its contents spilling over the cheap and already ruined carpet. Guruji looked back at the press conference in progress, where Vinaya was making a statement about the steps the police were taking to bring the situation in the city under control. I know why you hate me, Guruji remarked without looking at his wife. Nilesh Chettiar's gunmen arrived at one of Abhinav Pandey's major drug supply dens in an old lime green Matador van. The lair was a converted warehouse frequented by everyone from movie stars to rich college students in their luxury vehicles. The site, which was located on the eastern boundary of the Jogeshwari Industrial Zone, was patrolled by young armed men on scooters and protected by tattooed goons. 5 of Nilesh's men sought strategic cover behind their vehicle and behind barricades designed to protect the venue they were trying to burn down to the ground, and unleashed the wrath of their weapons on their shocked enemies. Even though the guards on site were on high alert, the ferocity of the machine gun barrage paralyzed the defenders before the first lot of magazines were expended. The attackers mercilessly gunned down their opponents, who barely managed to get a few rounds off. Gunfire shattered the lazy afternoon ambience, and soon the screams of dying men punctuated the furious firefight like discordant notes in a musical piece. Most of the youngsters on the scooters were mowed down, their bodies toppling along with their bullet-ridden two-wheeler steeds. Some of them fled the scene as the bodies piled up within the compound. SP Vinaya arrived with 10 of her men in 2 jeeps just as grenades were thrown into the warehouse, bringing down its facade and starting an electrical fire. The shooters were parked and fired from the heart of an L-shaped junction. The police had blocked both exit points, leaving them no choice but to surrender or engage. Vinaya pulled out a megaphone from the front seat and shouted warnings.
I can carry you out of here in body bags or in cuffs. Your choice.
In response, one of Nilesh's men pulled out a rocket launcher from the Matador and fired it at the jeep that blocked their rear exit. The rocket missed the jeep, but slammed into a nearby wall which collapsed onto the vehicle, crushing it like a tin can. The flying debris from the impact injured the policeman, using the vehicle as a cover. The assailants now had a way out. Trusting her body armor and helmet, Vinaya moved forwards. "Covering fire," Vinaya instructed as she darted from cover to cover, trying to close the distance between her and her enemies. The police opened fire, and immediately one of Nilesh's men spun and slammed into the front of the van, shattering the windscreen. "Give them hell!" Vinaya screamed. Inspired by her words, her men fired with their incest rifles, taking another man down with several shots to his torso. "Keep at it!" Vinaya shouted. A machine gun opened up, hitting one of the policemen on his shoulder. Vinaya placed the perpetrator in her sight and fired. The man flopped back and did not get up again. In the fog of the battle, Vinaya missed one of the enemies who sneaked up to her and fired straight at her torso. The powerful shot punched her in the gut, but it was blocked effectively by her body armor. Nevertheless, the horse-kick force of the bullet sent her sprawling onto her back. "Get the van going!" her assailant shouted to his only surviving buddy before rushing forwards to eliminate the deputy commissioner. Vinaya brought her Glock up to defend herself, but the man kicked it off with a haughty roar. Vinaya tried to struggle up to her feet, but the man kicked her in the chest and pointed his handgun straight at her face, which was contorted with terrible pain. "Die, bitch," he said. "Madam G is not dying today," he heard a voice say, just before a bullet tore open his skull. Vinaya turned to see her trusted right-hand man, Sub-Inspector Paramveer Singh, holding a smoking gun. At 50, Paramveer was still a physical specimen, his body retaining the muscle memory from his bodybuilding days. But bundles of greying hair tucked underneath a red turban, a beard which was clearly dyed in places, and a slight paunch gave away his age. His eyes were so intense it would have been easy to mistake them as the source of the bullet that had slayed the goon. He stepped forwards and helped Vinay up, just as the last shooter standing got into the van and started it. "You okay, Madam G?" he asked. "Fit as a fiddle," Vinay said, wincing. "Ah, this idiot," Vinay said before turning back to her constables and ordering, "Give him a warning." One of the constables pulled out the megaphone his commanding officer was using moments ago and demanded the driver's surrender. Instead of complying, the man kicked out the wrecked windshield. He then started firing automatic bursts at the police, even as he prepped the vehicle for a U-turn and a quick getaway through the rear channel that had been cleared by the rocket. "Finish him!" Vinay shouted as she joined Paramveer and her men in directing a volley of bullets at the escapee. The sustained salvo demolished the vehicle and the human body within. The van made an uncontrolled loop, crashed into a lamppost, and came to a smoking halt. The raucous gunfight had finally ended. Only the crackling and zapping sounds of an electrical fire could be heard in the smoky surrounds of the decimated warehouse. "What a mess," Paramveer said, looking around. "Fire force?" Vinay asked. "Already contacted," her trusted man replied. Vinay nodded and smiled. "What next, Madam G?" Paramveer asked. "We might have to think and act unconventionally, Inspector. This is not going to end here. It's time to wake up some old monsters to deal with the new ones," Vinay said, holstering her gun. Miguel Beltran Fuentes, the leader of the Mortifagos cartel in India, watched the Goan countryside speed past his Bentley. The coconut groves, the orchards with towering palm trees, paddy fields, quaint villages dotted with Portuguese villas, and serene backwaters. Then there was the restless sea. There was a certain beauty to the Goan coastline, which reminded him of the beaches in his home state of Tamaulipas. But he missed the rivers and the mighty mountains of his home state. He missed fishing at the port of Mesquital with his uncles, the lavish parties thrown by his father at Barra de Tordo, and of course the opportunity to fly to stunning locations and lavish mansions in Mexico with his friends on a private jet plane. Strangely, he also missed his father. But the moment he glimpsed the towering giant's patrician face in his mind's eye, he felt the weight of responsibility bear down on his shoulder. That was how the old man always made him feel. Loved one second, suffocated the next. He breathed deeply, chanting his affirmations. "This is something I can do. I can fulfill the weight of expectations. My family deserves a leader like me." It was only natural that the thoughts of his father drove him to remember his mother. The mother he got killed. A cocktail of overwhelming, depressing emotions poured into his veins. He rolled down the window and let the wind caress his face. "Madre," Her face, which was seared into his very soul, burned within. A sharp pain raced up his torso, forcing him to press his fingers into his chest. Miguel spotted a roadside shrine dedicated to Mother Mary, and he made the driver stop and reverse the car so he could pray for some relief. He approached the empty shrine, which featured a small cave-like structure crafted from false painted rocks, where Mother Mary stood cradling baby Jesus. Several lit candles cast a beatific glow on her face. Miguel placed the back of his left hand atop a flame and prayed as the heat warmed up his flesh. "I'm sorry, Madre. I'm sorry for what I did to you. Forgive me," Miguel said sorrowfully. The pain from the burn counteracted the fury of the toxic emotions tearing up his mind. When the strangling sensation subsided, he wrapped a silk handkerchief around his burned hand and returned to the car. Miguel's first stop for the day was a barn behind the coir factory in Quepam. One of the last few surviving members of the D'Souza family, the indigenous crime group putting up a spirited fight against the Mortifagos, was being held against his will in the motley building made of metal sheets and cheap wood. Michael D'Souza was in his early 20s. Not that you could tell his age from his tortured and battered form. He was tied to a chair and surrounded by Mortifagos goons. He was giving up family secrets through a mouth that was missing teeth. Teeth which had been pulled out with pliers. Good morning, Don. The goon squad greeted Miguel, who was dressed in an electric blue silk shirt and chinos. "Is he singing like a bird?" Miguel asked. "It took us a while, but we finally got him to do it. We know where these pendejos are hiding the weapons they are using for their little hit-and-run operations," a lanky fellow with curly hair said with a grin. "Excelente, Santos. You have developed a knack for making these birds sing, cabron. Keep it up," Miguel said, slapping Santos on the back of his head. Miguel liked the Indian crew in the cartel service. Hardy, loyal men recruited from poor villages in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. They had taken to the bloodthirsty ways of the cartel like ducks to water. "Got any ideas for how we are going to dress him up for his farewell, Don?" Santosh inquired, respectfully. Michael, the tortured soul, whimpered in his chair as tears streaked down his bloodied face. Miguel whispered something in Santosh's ears and made him smile. "I want it to be a surprise to you when it happens. Hijo de puta," Miguel said to the weeping Michael before popping his sunglasses back on and exiting the room. A satisfied smile was plastered across Miguel's face as he considered the significance of Michael's upcoming death. Only a handful of people were left in the D'Souza clan, and half of them would do a runner as soon as Michael's body turned up at one of the prominent beaches in Goa. A message pinged his phone the moment he climbed into the Bentley's backseat. "We will have Nilesh's location today," it read. Miguel smiled. A wave of happiness crashed through his body. "This is good, cabron," he complimented himself as he repeatedly slapped the leather car seat in elation. He snorted a line of coke as the car exited the compound to take him to his next location, a new storage site for drugs that would soon make their way to IP City. Things must be really dire for us. Why else would we hide in a dump like this, hey Shinde? Nilesh Chettiar said as he examined the interior of his new hideout. a dilapidated, half-constructed home in the northern fringes of IP City. Gokul Shinde, Nilesh's trusted assistant and accountant, hung his head in shame at this comment. Don't worry, Shinde. We are at war. What is important is that this place is far away from the prying eyes of my enemies. I have everything I need to punish my opponents. Nilesh said, lifting his mobile phone. We will prevail. Jai Bhim, Nilesh's brawny right-hand man, was setting up an inflatable cot for his leader to rest in a corner of the room. Nilesh glanced at Jai Bhim and said, I wish I had more Jai Bhims, or maybe even a Virat Nariman. We could have won this war faster. We will win, Saab. Our glory days will return, Shinde said. The glory days? I don't think so, Nilesh said, looking at his feet. Thank you for organizing the funeral under such difficult circumstances. It was a moving ceremony. Their souls would have appreciated it, Nilesh said, referring to the cremation of his wife and son on the banks of River Ganga. Of course, Saab. Anything for our dear departed ones, Shinde said, biting down his sorrow. How's your family? Nilesh asked. Shinde looked up in shock, as if he was not expecting the question. Good. They are safe, Shinde said. When resources are stretched in a war like this, often there are lapses in personal security. It's important that you make sure your loved ones are protected at all times, Nilesh said. Saab, yes, Shinde said, visibly upset. Don't worry, Shinde. I know you're worried that what happened to my family will happen to yours too. It won't. If you need more peace of mind, ask Jai Bhim for more men or a new hideout, Nilesh said, stroking his faithful assistant's shoulder. I will. Thank you, Saab, Shinde said tearfully. I should be the one thanking you. You have been with us since my father's time. Without people like you, Shinde, this organization is nothing, Nilesh said. Why are you saying all these things, Saab? There is no need to fret. You are still the great Nilesh Chettiar of the Chettiar clan, the undisputed dawn of IP City, Shinde said. I am starting to doubt that when I see the death tally of our foot soldiers every day, Nilesh said. We will keep up the good fight, sir. This is a war of attrition. But I am confident our defenses will hold, Jai Bhim said, approaching the two men. Your bed's ready, sir. Time to rest. Shinde's phone pinged and he glanced at the message. I have to call home, Saab. All right. Go home. Be safe. Make sure you're not being followed, Nilesh said. Shinde bowed and turned to leave. He looked at the message on the screen again. Suddenly, he felt Jai Bhim's powerful hand on his shoulder. Shinde hurriedly popped the phone into his pocket. You look really nervous, Shinde. All good? Jai Bhim asked. Shinde glanced at Nilesh, who was now resting on the cot, staring at the cobweb-covered ceiling. Shinde hesitated. I'm worried. How long before? Look, I'm worried too. We've hit a rough patch, but it's not a lost cause. I have ordered more foot soldiers from Chambal to bolster our ranks. We will not let the cartel and their lackey Abhinav get a foothold in the city while we are still breathing. You just do your part and keep the money flowing, Jai Bhim said. Our takings have been affected. The bags are getting lighter every day, Shinde said. Natural during a war. Things will calm down. Hold the fort down while we win the battles, Jai Bhim said, slapping Shinde on his shoulder. Okay, good luck, Shinde said. Shinde's Benz was nearly a kilometer away from the hideout when he dared to look at his messaging app. Is he still there? The message read ominously. Yes, please don't do anything to my family, Shinde typed back reluctantly. Then he removed his spectacles, pressed his face into a handkerchief, and wept like a child. The cartel kill squad waited till Jai Bhim and his men left on a night errand before making their move on the hideout. Using the night's cover, the 3 ex-Mexican Special Forces soldiers moved in on the property, eliminating the guards patrolling the perimeter with their combat knives. Their silencer attachments muffled the shots that took out the guards inside the half-finished home with the greatest of stealth. They then proceeded to the room where Nilesh Chettiar was making desperate calls to his allies in Punjab to procure more cash to finance his war. Nilesh didn't realize his security had been compromised till the cold barrel of a gun was pressed against the back of his neck and a black cloth bag was placed over his head. He was dragged and shoved into the back of a van and transported to a discreet location in a storage yard next to IP City's chief port in Musgao. Rows upon rows of shipping containers were stacked up side by side and on top of each other, like a static game of Tetris in a yard that was easily the size of 20 football fields. The van stopped in front of a shipping container marked X983, and Nilesh was hauled out, taken inside the metal box and tied to a chair. When the mask came off, Nilesh saw that the interior of the container was lit with powerful lamps set on tripods. On the far end of the structure was a video conferencing setup featuring a giant TV, camera, and speaker system. To the left of the equipment, an olive-skinned, thick-necked man wearing a green tank top and camo pants rummaged through a large duffel bag set on a narrow table. His face was in profile, and Nilesh could not make out any features. Suddenly, Miguel Beltran's smiling face appeared on screen. Senor Chettiar, it is a pleasure to see you in the flesh. I was looking forward to delivering the news of your defeat face to face. An enemy of your stature does not deserve to be stabbed in the back, Miguel said. You talk too much, Nilesh said, before spitting on the ground. There is my respect for you. Feisty, Miguel said, taking a sip from his sparkling glass of champagne. Let me introduce you to Alberto Salazar, the leader of the elite kill squad I have sent to wipe away the remnants of your troublesome foot soldiers. The muscly man ferreting about the bag stopped and pulled out a long machete before turning to face Nilesh. His clean-shaven face was crisscrossed with scars that made it look like an angry night sky full of cursed stars. He had a close-cropped military haircut that accentuated the sharp angles of his cruel face. He had green irises, and the whites of his eyes had a hint of yellow to it, giving him the demeanor of a venomous viper. Plump veins snaked over his rippling musculature, and an air of menace radiated from every inch of his being. This was a cold-blooded, well-trained killer of men who enjoyed his trade. You met his very capable subordinates earlier this evening. They are all ex-special forces, grades above your pendejo thugs. Those putas are finished. My kill squad will remove all traces of your regime from IP City and ready it for my grand entrance, Miguel said. You will not be welcome there, asshole, Nilesh said. Not after what you did to my family. I regret the whole affair, Miguel said, feigning mock sorrow. I gain no pleasure from ordering those hits, but it was the quickest way to bring you to your knees, Miguel said. Nilesh snarled and struggled against his bondage. Miguel continued. We will do the same to your allies. You think they will keep up the good fight after you are gone, but you are wrong. They will fold just like you did, faster than you did. Alberto tapped the flat of the blade against his palm in a steady rhythm as he came around and stood behind Nilesh. If you want to kill me, just do it. Why the delay? Nilesh asked. Oh, you are in such a hurry, senor. We sent you some video clips featuring your dead siblings, which I'm sure you watched. I am certain it moved you deeply. But there is one enthralling bit of footage that you missed at the cinemas, Miguel said, before disappearing from the screen. The grinning image of Miguel was replaced by mobile phone footage from the day Nilesh's wife and son were murdered. No, Nilesh said as tears flooded his vision. The shaky phone cam showed his family being beaten and dragged by their hair through a front yard littered with the motionless bodies of dead guards. Nilesh saw abject terror in their eyes as they were strung up by their necks from a large fruiting tree along with their pet dog. Their bodies shook violently as if in indignation, and their feet churned the empty air as they suffocated. The dog made sickening, chortling sounds as it twisted and turned in the air like a desperate acrobat in a vain attempt to chomp at the rope. Then, a man who was off-screen shot each of the beloved members of Nilesh's household in the head and brought their struggles to a permanent halt. Nilesh screamed as ropes of drool spilled out of his mouth and tears gushed forth from his blood-red eyes. His twisted mouth roared in anger at his family's killers. Miguel reappeared on the screen. He threw his empty champagne glass onto the floor, shattering it. Needless to say, these tapes will be provided to your allies and the media. The citizens and the law and order machinery in IP City need to understand that the mortifagos mean business. Also, these puta madre allies of yours will fall in line once they get a taste of what is waiting for them, should they decide to get in my way. You will pay for this, Nilesh said unconvincingly. The fight was out of him after witnessing how his family had suffered for his hubris. You know how I said that one should never stab a man of your caliber in the back? Well, it is not a matter of old-fashioned principles like honor. It really depends on the nature of the final send-off, Miguel said. At that exact moment, Alberto, who was standing behind Nilesh, plunged his blade into Nilesh's right trapezius muscle before forcing it down into his ribcage. Alberto left the blade in Nilesh's screaming, writhing form as he strolled towards the bag to grab another long machete. You see, Senor Nilesh, what we have in mind for you is a special goodbye we call El Puerco Espin. Kids playing soccer at Kalangute Beach on a Sunday morning were the first to notice the oval object sticking out of sand, right underneath a yellowing, disease-ridden coconut tree. They ignored it at first, thinking it was a dried coconut shed by the diseased tree. But then someone kicked the ball out of the play area, forcing one of the younger kids to conduct a retrieval mission in the area. Instead of recovering the ball, the snotty-nosed kid in a shabby grey Adidas shorts and white vest examined the strange object for a while before screaming at the top of his lungs and racing back towards the group. He fell many times on the sand as he raced towards the comforting presence of his playmates. "Head! Someone's head!" the ashen-faced kid screeched as he ran into the arms of the oldest and tallest kid in the group. "30 minutes later, David D'Souza and his bodyguards arrived in their black ambassador cars to witness the horror in person. They had found out about the grotesque discovery before the news reached the police. 50-year-old David emerged from the car wearing a crumpled white shirt and grey pants, which was stained dark from the whiskey he had spilled over himself during the car journey. He didn't want to face the atrocity without a strong drink to steel his nerves. David's wavy grey hair was tied back in a ponytail, and his bejeweled fingers fidgeted with his beard as he nervously approached the site. David asked his guards to dispel the crowd of onlookers gawking at the severed head before moving closer to examine it. He didn't have to put on his glasses to identify the victim. The head sticking out of the earth belonged to his nephew Michael D'Souza. His eyes had been hollowed out and 2 green goalies were stuffed into the sockets. His severed penis was stuffed inside his mouth. An agglomeration of sand particles formed patches on his pasty skin, making it look like a morbid decapitated statue that had washed up from the hold of a pirate ship. His departed brother's only son was now another macabre exhibit, reminding David that he had failed to protect his family. David had buried several dead relatives and loyal followers in the last year, but he had borne the pain of those partings stoically. However, the cruelty displayed in this instance was too much to bear. It sent him crashing onto the sand on his knees. "Michael! Michael!" David wept. He grabbed a handful of the sand that surrounded the head with both hands and pressed it against his age-worn cheeks as he wailed. The sweet boy, butchered like his uncles, his cousins, his brother, and his father. Another victim of their arch-enemies. The usurpers, the barbarians who had sailed in from across the oceans and driven them out of their lands. A pack of crows descended near the head. They eyed David warily for several minutes before pecking at the dead flesh en masse. David screamed like a madman and waved his hands erratically to scare them away. The birds flapped their wings and rose in the air before gliding and landing a short distance away from David. The crows maintained their vigil, hoping for a chance to feed on the head soon. "Michael! Michael!" David remembered his piano-playing handsome nephew as he used to be, not the abominable sight before him that was the product of a twisted nightmare. He closed his eyes and tried to hold on to that pleasant image, but then the cawing of the scavengers forced his eyes open, and he had no choice but to confront the truth. David had once prided that his large family was his strength, but that sound foundation was gone. His empire was in shambles. He was a king without an army to take on his rivals. His throne sat on a pile of bones donated by his bloodline. Guruji knew the girl whose terrified screams rang across the night. It was around 8 p.m. and he was on his way back from the local grocer's with a week's worth of shopping. The 17-year-old girl's voice was familiar because she had used it many times against a group of Eve teasers. They used to line up in the town center to harass her in the evenings when she returned from her studies. She was the daughter of the local tailor Rukshan, who owned a small shop near the Ganesh temple, and Guruji had known him for years. The man had stitched and mended his uniform for decades. Given that special relationship, Guruji had on many occasions warned the louts to cease their antisocial behavior. The gang of 5 men who ranged from the ages of 20 to 40 did not heed his warnings.
Shut up, old man. Who are you? The moral police? We want this darling to flash her juicy breasts for us. Just once.
One of them had said.
Hi, I can die in peace once I see those milky jugs.
Another one joined in crudely. Have some decency. There is medicine for your sickness in the red streets of Kamatipura. There is no need to hassle this poor girl, Guruji had said.
Who are you? Her father? Fuck off.
They had retorted. Not that the goons respected the girl's father. On one occasion, Rukshan had intervened and he was beaten black and blue for standing up to their indecent and illegal antics. Guruji, who was on his way to fill prescriptions for his wife at the local pharmacy, came across the altercation. He had to barge through a circle of useless onlookers to save Rukshan's hide. I'm calling the police, Guruji said as he helped the injured man to his feet. We have told the police many times, sir, but they do nothing, the tearful girl had said as she tried to stem the bleeding from the wounds on her father's torso. These gundas are the lapdogs of a major political party. They are untouchable, Rukshan said, looking pitifully at himself and then at his daughter. He was ashamed at his inability to protect his loved one. No such thing as untouchable, Guruji said ominously. I have only one daughter, sir. After my wife's death, I dedicated my life to giving her the best possible life. She is brilliant in maths. She has graduated every year at the top of her class. I have grand dreams for her, sir. But these animals won't leave her alone, Rukshan said tearfully. I'll go to the authorities with you. Let's see if we can remedy this awful situation, Guruji consoled him. One thug, a fat man with a large cluster of moles on his forehead that looked like malformed insectile eyes, was enraged at Guruji's comments. He squared up to the ex-encounter specialist, seething with anger. I have heard you were a hotshot in the police force for years, before they kicked you out. You are old now. Don't go poking angry bears in your twilight years. You never know what might happen to you when you are walking around at night, Grandpa, he said. The night and its dark shadows are my friends. It is you who need to be careful, Guruji had whispered into the aggressor's ears. Presently, the girl screamed again, and Guruji looked towards the small building adjoining the patchy cricket ground. It was a squat, single-storied, doorless office that doubled as a storage facility and a change room. A wind from the east picked up, and the susurration of the leaves resuscitated a desire for violence in Guruji's heart. Feelings he had tried to suppress for so long stirred back to life as the girl shrieked in anguish. Guruji's trigger finger itched. He looked at his hands for a brief second and hallucinated that it was covered in blood. This brought a smile to his lips. He closed his hands and opened it again. They now appeared clean. Guruji sighed. No, not again. He scolded himself. He was turning to leave when the girl howled in pain again. The heartrending sound was followed by a series of raucous laughs that caused the fiery anger in his heart to breach the dam of restraint that he had so carefully constructed over the years. Guruji raced towards the building, growling like a bloodthirsty hound. When he got to the doorless entrance to the building, he paused and took in the dimly lit scene. What he saw there broke the last of the shackles that had previously reined in his primal need for brutality. One thug held the poor girl in a bear hug from behind. He had torn open her shirt and pulled down her bra, exposing her breasts. The lecherous fiends had lined up to squeeze and suck at her exposed teats. The terrified victim's face was a mask of pain and shame. Blots of mascara radiated out of her tearful eyes like ebony flowers of the night as she struggled to escape her captors. Guruji snarled like an animal as he pulled out the knuckle duster from his right coat pocket. The icy touch of the metal felt good in his hands. The weapon throbbed hungrily. It thirsted for blood. Guruji's guttural growl drew the attention of the thugs, who turned as one to face the intruder. "What do you want, Buddha? Looking for a feat too, hey?" The man detaining the girl said with an evil smile. "This old fool! Look at him! He wears his stupid hat at night!" One of them spat. "Go home, senior citizen, and don't breathe a word of this to anyone," another one warned. Guruji stepped into the room. The light bulb hanging from the ceiling cast a sickly glow on his hat and long coat, while hiding his face in shadows. If the thugs could have seen his face, they would have witnessed a psychopathic smile that would have chilled them to the bones. "Did you not hear?" one man started saying as he rushed at Guruji. The ex-encounter specialist jabbed the knuckle duster into his teeth, shattering his front set and sending blood flying across the room. He cracked a fist into the ear of another opponent who came to support his injured friend before kicking his kneecap so hard that it crunched in. The man hollered as he held onto the injured leg before toppling onto his back. The thug with the broken teeth pulled his hands away from his bloodied mouth and lunged at the ex-policeman in a fit of uncontrolled rage. Guruji sent his weapon crashing into the bridge of the fool's nose, breaking it with a sickening crack. The victim dropped to the floor, clutching his nose. The girl had stopped screaming. She pinched her torn clothes together to regain her modesty and huddled into a corner. She sniffled as she studied the primeval violence unfolding before her eyes. Guruji snarled from the side of his mouth as the 3 remaining criminals joined forces to tackle him. With a speed that belied his age, Guruji jammed his foot into the crotch of one of the assailants rushing at him, before spinning and delivering a bone-crunching elbow into the ribcage of another. The third man punched Guruji in the face and knocked his hat off. He regretted his actions instantly. The goon was greeted by the smile of an assassin from hell who revelled in bloody mayhem. Guruji lifted his melee weapon for the thug's appraisal. The troublemaker could now see that this was no ordinary knuckle duster. It was the legendary Vajramushti, used in India as early as the 1100s. The fist-loaded weapon, crafted with metal and buffalo horns, featured tiny spikes at the end of the knuckle portion. The 2 men who had just been dropped by Guruji rocked back up to their feet. The trio of opponents faced up to the old lion once again. "You are going to die for this, old man," the leader of the group, a bearded, scarred man, said. Guruji held out his left hand with an open palm facing upwards and let the right hand bearing the Vajramushti hang loosely by his side. He glanced at the girl curled up in the corner of the room and noticed that she was beaming with satisfaction. The sight of her filled him with energy and determination to deliver his brand of bloody justice to the molesters. Guruji beckoned the challengers with a come-hither motion, a smirk playing on his lips. 2 of the enemies pulled out small pocket knives and grinned as they advertised the sharpness of their weapons. Guruji watched the first of the blades arc towards his neck and fended the hand that held the weapon with the bony portion of his forearm. He then jammed Vajramushti's sharp end into the attacker's sternum repeatedly. Once, twice, thrice. The thug uttered a blood-curdling scream before staggering away to join his defeated comrades on the floor. The 2 that were still in the fight leapt at Guruji at the same time. Guruji punched the guy with the knife in his Adam's apple with his rock-hard fist and dropped him. However, he copped a series of blows from the chief of the goons, who rained haymaker after haymaker. Guruji's boulder shoulders absorbed most of the strikes, while his raised hands protected his head and vulnerable spots in his torso. When his attacker, having spent all his fury, stepped back winded, Guruji literally shook off the pain and made his move. A Superman punch to the mouth of the man saw the Vajramushti's spikes tear into his lips, penetrate the soft flesh, and slam into his pearly whites. The thug staggered back, holding an open palm to his mouth, a look of abject terror plastered across his face. Guruji looked down at the moaning, writhing bodies of his opponents on the floor and scoffed. The girl got up from the corner and approached him gingerly. "Get out of here," he told her without making eye contact. "Thank you, uncle," she said tearfully. Guruji's facial features grew soft momentarily before retaining its original hardness. He flicked his face to the side, directing the girl to leave. When he heard her footsteps scurrying away into the distance, he fixed his attention on the defeated hoodlums and said, "No one will believe that an old man did this to you, so don't bother mentioning this to anyone." Guruji paused and smiled cruelly as he scanned the terrified faces of the defeated criminals. He then said, "Regardless, I'm going to break all of your jaws, just to remind you that telling on me or retaliatory attacks are the quickest way to the cemetery. I have very little left to lose. Very little. And I'm going to come after you with every skill I have gained from decades of killing people for a living. Guruji then commenced the brutal act of breaking each of their jaws with strategically planted punches as the night chirped away outside the dingy building. Guruji was washing his bloody hands in the bathroom sink when the phone buzzed. He had smiled through the cleansing process as he watched the bloodstains eddy away into the sinkhole. It was unusual for him to receive calls at this time of the night. Hell, it was unusual to receive any calls these days. He was a pariah, a tainted relic of the past that no one cared to reach out to. Guruji depressed the green button, and Deputy Commissioner S.P. Vinaya Prasad's voice came online.
Uncle, I know it's been a while, but we need to talk.
The voice of his former colleague's daughter shocked him to the core. He stood frozen, unable to respond.
Hello? Uncle? Are you there? Can you hear me? Hello?
She meant so much to him, so much more than the world would ever know or understand. Thunder rumbled away in the distance, signaling the start of a rainy night. "Hello, Vinaya," he said. "With you on board, we will make serious inroads into solving this crisis," Deputy Commissioner S.P. Vinaya Prasad said. Vinaya and Guruji were sitting across each other on rickety benches in a poorly maintained local park as she laid out the case for the ex-encounter specialist to join her cause. Guruji wore his usual uniform, while Vinaya was in plain clothes. They had exchanged awkward greetings before settling down to talk business. Guruji struggled to control his racing heart as he listened to her proposal. Seeing her in flesh after so long was akin to torture. His breathing became shallow as he tried to suppress his soul's painful and shameful secrets. "You can do this. For many decades you have been living with this lie. You can certainly survive the next hour," he steeled himself. There were limits to what the police force could achieve in the city through legal means. The Deputy Commissioner was proposing Guruji's involvement to take out some of the cartel elements to prevent them from gaining a foothold in the city. Nilesh's forces are diminished. The cartel will win. It's only a matter of time. Once the cartel sinks its teeth into the city, we will lose control of the law and order situation, Vinay said. Nilesh was more amenable to helping you maintain the pretense that the city was crime-free, Guruji offered. You could say that, Vinay said. A bird chirped away on a nearby tree. Guruji was thankful for the distraction. He was struggling to maintain eye contact with Vinaya. Looking at her drudged up so many agonizing emotions, so many unbidden memories. Look, it's not like extrajudicial killings haven't been used before. Your encounter squad, Vinay began saying, we had the blessing of the government of the day, and we were legally sanctioned. Guruji snapped. He instantly regretted the tone in his voice. Not all the tactics you employed were by the book, uncle. Isn't that right? Vinay said. Guruji looked down at his shabby shoes and did not respond. She had a point. You were the best of the best. I believe you can do the city some good while you still have strength in your limbs, she said as she got up and walked across to sit next to him. A strange buzz of electricity between them. Guruji felt his skin prickle. He so badly wanted to give her a hug, but he held back. To the right of them, a parent and child approached the play area, which featured rickety equipment. The child tried to climb the ladder, and there was an almighty crack that spurred the father on to drag the little one away from the dangerous structure. Vinaya pulled out her mobile phone and played the videos, which showed the brutal murders of Nilesh's family members. Guruji watched the clips, occasionally wincing at the brutality on screen. It was hard to watch the child and dog being shot in particular. It was sent to us and all the major media outlets a few days ago. This is what the cartel will do to this city if they lay down their roots. IP City will be a battlefield. No one will be safe, Vinaya said. Guruji looked away from the phone. Where is Nilesh now? He asked. Lost track of him. We believe he has gone into hiding. Smart move. However, we still know the location of his lieutenant, Jabhim, she said. Another parent and child approached the play equipment. It's broken, Guruji shouted out to them. The city needs you. I'm coming to you as its representative, requesting your unique expertise in its hour of need. And we are not expecting you to work for free. There is money on offer. I'm aware of Auntie's health issues and your accommodation situation. You could earn enough to retire to somewhere nice, by the sea. Have a carer 24/7 for Auntie. Make her passing easy. Make your life easy, Vinay said. Guruji turned to her and smirked. Is the money being funneled into this the old way? Yes. Proceeds of crime captured from criminals. We reserve a part of that money, as always, Vinay began saying. Through creative accounting, Guruji added. As far as I'm concerned, using the ill-gotten wealth of mobsters to take them down is a righteous deed, Vinay declared. Guruji scoffed and waved his hand dismissively. This seemed to rub Vinaya the wrong way. She sprang to her feet and said, Don't sit there, pretending like you are King Harishchandra. My father has told me enough about your arrogance. Your corrupt ways that brought down one of the best encounter squads in the city's history, Vinay said. Is that what he told you? Then, why don't you put together another bloody encounter squad? Guruji said. Human rights groups. We prefer more undercover methods now. Deniable ops would serve our needs better. We can't have an encounter squad like the one you led, scoring kills and announcing their tallies at press conferences. Like it is some 90s crime movie, Vinay said. I don't know about committing to this, Vinaya. Like you said, people like me are dinosaurs. We are not cut for this world anymore. Our ways were primitive, to say the least. Guruji said, shaking his head. You owe me this. You owe it to my father. He could have had a distinguished career in the police force. But thanks to you, he lived with the stain of corruption on his uniform till the day he died in that awful crash along with my mother, Vinay said venomously. Vinay's words stung Guruji, and he looked away to hide the fact that he was teary. Vinay's phone rang. Guruji scanned the blocks of substandard, shabby buildings that flanked the park. These social housing units bred a lot of low-level crime. This was the home to the villains who would craft IP City's future gangs. Vinay finished speaking on the phone and hung up. Well, now we know where Nilesh is. Come, I want you to see this with your own eyes, SP Vinaya said to the ex-encounter specialist. SI Paramveer Singh, who was also in plain clothes, was leaning against the SUV and checking updates from the control room on the encrypted mobile phone app. As soon as he heard Vinay's footsteps approaching, he snapped to attention and saluted. He gave Guruji a look of disdain. After opening the front passenger door for his boss and letting her in, he moved to the rear of the vehicle to play chauffeur to Guruji. He took the opportunity to give the ex-police officer a piece of his mind. She might tolerate you because she needs someone to get their hands dirty for the sake of the innocents in the city. But that doesn't mean I will do you any favors or treat you like you are hot shit. I know the kind of filthy scum you are. You never deserved to wear that uniform, you corrupt bastard. Paramveer muttered. Guruji gave him an amused look and said, Good to see you too. As the vehicle travelled to an unknown location, Guruji reminisced about his time in the encounter squad. The day when he crossed 50 kills. Vinay's father, Prasad Bhushan, a wiry man with chiseled features, was beside Guruji as they raced through the narrow alleyways of Almaty Chowk with their guns drawn. Their whiskey-brown service boots splashed through the puddles of filth, and the darkened edges of the low-thatched roofs stained their sleeves as they hunted their quarry amongst clusters of shabby hovels. The residents of this grimy empire hid in their dingy rooms as the policemen tore through the neighborhood like hunting dogs. However, the encounter specialists were at a disadvantage because their prey, men of the Katara Bakshi gang, knew the surroundings better than their plain-clothed pursuers. After all, they hailed from this squalid slum, and they ran their heroin business from its labyrinthine innards. It is the gang's insistence on selling the drugs to school kids and college-goers that drew the wrath of the law and order apparatus, which unleashed the encounter squad on them. After eradicating the criminal organization's supply chain, the police commissioner gave Guruji's encounter squad the green light to eliminate Katara and his bodyguards. You are getting slower, my friend, Prasad said as he edged ahead of Guruji. Don't run ahead of me, Prasad. You never know when they might spring an ambush on us. These alleyways are treacherous traps, Guruji said. You might have a few more kills than me, but that doesn't mean I am not capable of a one-man show, Prasad said. Last time I checked, you were at 21, and I was at 43. Those are not few more kills, my friend, Guruji said as he leapt over a rusty upturned bicycle. My wife is impressed with your big numbers too. She asked me yesterday when you are going to visit us again for dinner, Prasad said. What can I say? The ladies like my tall tales, Guruji chuckled. It was true. The stone-cold killer was the poster boy and the face of the law and order's propaganda machine. Guruji's press conferences showcasing weapons and drugs collected from dead gangsters were legendary and drew a large primetime audience. He also had legions of female fans who sent them their undergarments, accompanied by lengthy love letters. The man had indulged in the pleasures offered by some of them, without the knowledge of his wife. The tall tales and my enormous cock, Guruji added. Prasad joined in on the laughter that followed, even as he accelerated ahead. I am serious, Prasad. Don't get lost in here, Guruji warned. Prasad was in no mood to heed the senior officer's warning. A few twists and turns and shadowed corners later, Guruji lost sight of Prasad. Damn it, he said. Prasad, where are you? Guruji said into his radio. There was no response. Prasad was kicking himself for being so foolhardy as he stood at the junction of several alleyways surrounded by Katara Bakshi and his men. He had counted 8, including Katara. Katara, a well-muscled bear of a man in his 40s, towered over the officer, beaming the satisfied smile of a hunter who had just planted the crosshairs of his weapon on his hapless prey. "Ye hamara ilaka hai. You are an outsider, stuck in its gossamer trap. An insect,
struggling in a web as the spider inches towards you,
Katara said, mimicking the deliberate and cruel movements of an arachnid with his hefty body. Prasad pointed his weapon at Katara. In response, the goons surrounding him placed the lone officer in the sights of their locally made pistols. The odds were against him. "You forget I am a trained sharpshooter. I will drop your ugly boss before you even get a shot out of those crude barrels. And I am not afraid to die," Prasad said.
"Ah, that's cute. You are ready to sleep in a coffin. But what about your family? Do you want them to join you in Swargaloka?"
Katara said.
"Drop the fucking gun, asshole."
"Do you know how many people threaten our families daily?" Prasad said. "We have measures in place to protect them." One thug standing behind Prasad crunched an iron rod into the back of the officer's head. He grunted in pain and fell to his knees, his gun clattering away.
"What's the other fellow's name again?" "The alpha wolf of the wolf pack. Guruji. Where is he, by the way? Lost in the maze that is our little empire, I bet,"
Katara said as he pulled Prasad up to his feet. Prasad rose up unsteadily.
"Now that we have you, it will be easy to lure in that sister fucker,"
Katara said.
There is no need for that. Loved the analogy of the spiders, by the way. Well, here's my take on that. I'm here to burn down the tree that hosts the puny spiders and their flimsy web,
a disembodied voice said, before bullets flew in multiple directions, taking out Katara's men. The panicked thugs could not get a fix on the shooter's location. The ones that hadn't eaten lead fired their guns, randomly hitting clay pots and rusty metal objects, and putting holes in the thatched hovels around them. Carefully placed shots rang from the network of alleyways that surrounded the ambush location, dropping more goons like flies. Soon, Katara Bakshi stood across from the bloodied but smiling Prasad, all alone. The gang leader looked around in terror at the dead bodies of his men, who were the victims of headshots that had burst open their skulls. "Do the honors, Prasad," Guruji's voice insisted as he walked towards them, his gun extended towards the criminal.
I surrender,"
Katara said fearfully. "The vicious spider is shitting in his pants, Prasad," Guruji mocked the gang leader. "Looks like it," Prasad said, pulling out a ballpoint pen from his pocket. "Grab the pen, gangster," Guruji said. Katara, who was trembling like a leaf, obliged. The pen rattled briefly once it hit the floor. Prasad touched the back of his head and then examined his blood-slick fingers. "What a bloody mess," Prasad uttered. Then he knelt down and picked his dusty gun off the floor. "Drop the pen, Katara," Guruji said as he halted 2 meters away from the thug.
Please, I give up. Just arrest me,"
Katara said, raising both hands. Guruji scanned the dead bodies around them and said, "Looks like I've completed a half-century." Prasad counted the corpses and said, "Hell yes, congrats. What are you going to do to celebrate this grand achievement?" "Give you number 22, Guruji said to Prasad before commanding Katara to pick up the pen.
"Do it. Pick it up. Quick."
Guruji's vehement instructions startled the gangster, who quickly bent down at his waist. Just as Katara's fingers contacted the object, Prasad pulled the trigger. Guruji was startled out of his reverie and thrust into the present by the incessant honking of horns and hands slapping against the vehicle. A throng of people surrounded them, gawking at something up ahead. They were talking to each other animatedly or capturing photos and videos of the mysterious spectacle on their phone. Guruji studied the landmarks outside the car's windows to zero in on their present location. The presence of the grey brutalist monoliths to the right, occupied by the city's councillors, confirmed his suspicion that they were on the eastern approach to the city's central business district. Paramveer opened his door and stepped out. He shouted at people to get out of his way as he approached Vinay's side. "Let Madam Ji through. Get out of her way," he shouted at the crowd of excited onlookers as his boss exited the vehicle. Two police constables pushed through the crowd and arrived at Vinay's side. Vinaya signaled Guruji to exit the vehicle. The veteran stepped out of the passenger side and trailed Vinaya as they navigated the animated crowd before arriving in front of a Gandhi statue ringed by rose bushes. It sat in the center of the large roundabout on Prashasan Avenue. Traffic was flowing through half of the lanes. The other half was a sea of motorists who had disembarked from their vehicles to feast their eyes on the gory figure underneath the statue. Nilesh Chettiar's body was set up in a fetal position. Every inch of his form bristled with knives and machetes of different sizes and shapes. A human porcupine covered in blades. Above the body, wrapped around the Gandhi sculpture, was a cloth banner with a message crafted in black ink. "They call these messages narcomantas in Mexico," Paramveer said. Guruji stepped forward and read the message. "We are the Mortifagos. We own this city." He studied the savaged form of Nilesh and let out a sigh. He had known both the dead man and his departed father in his former life. "I hope this is enough to change your mind," Vinaya said, coming up behind him. Now as Q solo climbed the Konkankada cliff face in the Sahyadris over a 14-hour period before driving to the nearby resort to settle for a week-long stay in one of the beautifully appointed villas. Scaling the K2 of the Sahyadris with its difficult climbing grade under inclement weather conditions left her with an aching body. She didn't regret a second of the experience. It had made her feel truly alive after a long time. At the resort, she indulged in yoga, calisthenics, Ayurvedic massages, the consumption of delicious vegetarian food, and long sketching sessions involving the local bird life in her moleskin notebook. Bulbuls, drongos, and golden orioles came alive on the pages as hands that were trained to kill crafted beautiful lines on ivory sheets of paper. She also contemplated on her future as she powered through cups of delicious turmeric and cardamom chais. The stay at the resort helped her further refine her exit plan from the contract killing business. She sent an encrypted message to the brokers who sourced wet work for killers like her to prosecute. She highlighted that the rates for the job were going to be exorbitant and that this was her swan song. She had asked for 3 times her normal rates, knowing fully well that she would attract an elite clientele whose demands would also be extreme. What the hell? It was her final job. May as well do something juicy before she said adios. She extended her stay at the resort for another week to attend a local Ayurvedic center, where the physicians helped soothe niggling back issues and joint pain on her left ankle. She had brought up the issue of the shakes in her hands, and they recommended Dhara treatment every morning and evening. The treatment center was a series of red Kerala-style villas with unpainted brick walls and tiled roofs nestled among well-maintained gardens featuring hibiscus shrubs of many hues. The medicated oil falling on her head via drip feed, combined with the sounds of nature, was meant to ease her anxiety. While she was not sure how useful the exercise was going to be, she found that the experience granted her further mental clarity. She wanted to perform her final hit job with great professionalism and walk away into the sunset, giant check in hand. Then she was going to disappear somewhere where the long arms of law couldn't reach her, which unfortunately was not a long list of places. Notoriety came at a price, and she was going to have to find a way to address the issue. Plastic surgery, fake passports, thumbprint alteration, all options were on the table. The encrypted app chimed at 8:14 a.m. on a Tuesday morning. The prospective client had been vetted and had offered to pay the price and provide additional perks to nail the deal. It was a deniable black ops opportunity financed by state intelligence entities. These jobs were always interesting. While you were exempt from any criminal liability for your actions pertaining to the scope of the job, it did not mean you were going to get a free pass on your criminal record if you landed in legal trouble at a future date. It was a morally bankrupt exercise which spoke to the lopsided morality of the modern world. She just knew that they delivered fat checks owing to their stringent requirements for secrecy and deniability. After all, she was doing the state and its citizens a favor by taking out bad actors who were out of the reach of the law and order apparatus. She set up the meeting with the client in the parking lot of a shooting range in Aligarh without hesitation. The older man in the khaki overcoat and Stetson hat was not the person she expected to slide into the passenger seat of her Mahindra SUV. They were in the quiet parking lot of the Bullseye shooting range located on the outskirts of Aligarh. It was an unpaved, gravelly tract of land bordered by copses of pine trees. The gun range was not scheduled to open for another 2 hours, so the lot was quiet as mountain mist rolled across it. Once the mist cleared, it was going to be a beautiful morning with clear blue skies. Naz made a mental note to head to the adventure center in the afternoon for some paragliding. She imagined soaring over the Sahyadris as her client settled in his seat and sighed. She brought up the Glock handgun and placed it on her lap for the benefit of her passenger. She then produced a handheld scanner shaped like a large peanut and ran it all over his body. "People call me Guruji," he said, watching the buzzing device probe the inner lining of his coat. "Naz," she said, putting the device away, "you are clean." "I know who you are. I also knew your mentor, Viran Nariman." Naz twisted around, shocked. "Yes, we employed him to take out someone who had escaped our clutches. Escaped these shores. To Mauritius, I believe," Guruji said. "I know. It was one of the first jobs he took me on," Naz said. "The details of the upcoming job are in this folder," Guruji said, extending a package towards her. "I specifically requested for you, given your former affiliation with Virat. Told my employers that I needed an experienced and younger hand by my side to complete this mission. As you can tell, I am no spring chicken. This is not a solo job. Hell, I'm not sure this is even a two-person job. But given the nature of our employers, we will be backed up by solid intelligence and a lot of convenient twists of fate." Naz nodded. Naz opened the folder, pulled out the classified sheets of paper within, and glanced through them briefly. "The cartel," she remarked before letting out a long whistle. "A motley assortment of marks. A fireteam element that is highly trained. Ex-Mexican Special Forces. And any goons on their pay from Goa, and or local criminals they might deploy to facilitate their takeover of IP City," Guruji said. "A bloody turf war. We will have our hands full if I choose to accept this job," Naz said. "I asked my employers to grant you one more perk, which might sway your decision towards a yes," Guruji said. "What are you proposing?" Naz inquired. "I think you're looking to leave the business forever. You might be looking for a way to address that pesky criminal record of yours," Guruji said, caressing the brim of his Stetson hat. "Pah, you can't do much about that. Stop bluffing," Naz said dismissively. "Sure, we can't do anything about the national or international databases. But We can make sure that you are not hunted in this state. You will be reported killed. You could settle down here in the Sahyadris under a new identity. A hillside retirement home is not a bad idea. Why are you heading up this dangerous mission? What's in it for you? Naz asked. Salvation, Guruji said before pushing open the door and stepping out. Naz chuckled and placed the gun back in its holster. Guruji bent down, looked at Naz and said, It would be great to have you on the job. I would trust anyone who had the great Virat Nariman's blessing to watch my back. You will hear from the brokers. Either way, Naz said without looking at him. As Guruji strolled away, Naz reminisced about the Mauritius mission. Virat and Naz, who were financed and instructed by shadowy entities in IP City's law and order machinery, arrived on the island paradise chasing the notorious child sex trafficker Hazrat Malik. IP City had waged a war on the man and his evil activities for nearly a decade. When he escaped the long arms of justice, they decided to employ people who could reach anyone, anywhere. Hazrat was staying in the most expensive resort in Mauritius, the glitzy and picturesque Coral Sea Resort with its beautifully appointed overwater villas. The villain had ensured that the neighboring villas, flanking him on both sides, were booked for his personal bodyguards. His pursuers would have to approach by sea to get to him, which was not an easy task. So Naz, who was in her first year of apprenticeship under the tutelage of contract killer extraordinaire Virat Nariman, infiltrated the villa adjacent to Hazrat's lavish abode. Her teacher accompanied her on the mission to evaluate her and support her should the need arise. It was late afternoon, and the residents of the resort were lulled into sleep by the sonorous waves. Both killers were dressed in the sky blue uniform worn by the resort staff, and each carried a large metal box. They looked like innocent workers on a maintenance run. Their 2-day surveillance of the target villa had led Virat to assume that should they knock on its doors, one man would open it to greet them, while the other would stand behind the frame with his gun drawn. They knocked on the door and waited. As expected, a bearded, brawny man in a Hawaiian short-sleeve shirt and khaki shorts partially opened the door. His left hand, which he hid behind his back, clearly gripped a gun. "What do you want?" he demanded gruffly. "We're here to fix the air conditioner," Naz said. "But we don't have any issues with it," the security guard said, taking in the towering form of Virat Nariman, who barely fit into the resort uniform. "Regular maintenance," Naz offered. "You can step in, darling," the bearded man said, leering at Naz's ample bosom, which struggled against her tight outfit. "Then we will make a call to the reception to confirm what you are saying. Your cave troll friend will have to stay outside." "Happy to confirm," Naz said. "We are going to have fun with this one," the thug said, peering into the room and looking in the direction of his buddy, who stood behind the door with his gun drawn. His sightline gave Virat an exact fix on the position of the concealed gunman. "There is only one problem," Virat Nariman said. "We come as a package deal." At that exact moment, Naz and Virat retrieved their silencer-attached guns concealed under the metal boxes. Naz delivered a headshot to slay the bearded bodyguard facing her, while Virat sent a bullet through the door to nail the hidden shooter. They quickly scanned the surroundings to ensure that they hadn't been made and entered the villa. Then they surveyed the room for hidden traps and noted that the door's handle and bolts had been damaged in the attack. They didn't want to block off their sole exit, so Virat canned Naz's idea to place a flimsy chair in front of the door. "I will just have to keep an eye on it," Virat said. After dragging and concealing the bodies under the bed, they opened one of the side windows, which offered a clear view of Hazrat's hut. Virat opened the 2 metal boxes which housed sniper rifle parts, nesting within foam cutouts. He dragged a heavy table and popped it a few inches away from the window as Nas assembled the Remington MSR and screwed on the Titan QD silencer and flash suppressor. She popped in the .300 Winchester Magnum cartridge and peered through the Vortex Optic Viper rifle scope with a max 20x magnification. Not that she needed to see that far. Not a word was said between them as Nas prepped the weapon. This was a period of time that demanded absolute concentration, as the tools of their trade were readied for the upcoming kill. Virat always referred to it as the sacred 10 minutes. They waited for another 10 minutes, sharing peanuts from a bag that Virat had procured, watching the balcony of Hazrat's posh villa nestled in azure waters. Their surveillance had determined that Hazrat had a habit of feeding fish at this hour of the day as he sipped on the day's special cocktail. Regardless, they had a backup plan ready should this outcome not eventuate. Naz looked through the scope, breathing steadily, foregoing anxious thoughts that drifted into her mind as Virat watched on from behind her. "Yep," he said, as Hazrat arrived on his balcony sipping a Bloody Mary, his robes flapping in the wind. His snow-white potbelly was lit by the late afternoon sun, and it spilled over his ugly leopard print shorts. His Prada sunglasses were sitting way too low on the bridge of his nose as he surveyed the waters for the fish. He pulled out a handful of fish food stuffed in his pockets and chucked it into the water. "Easy. Don't let the turbulence of your mind disturb your focus. Let the anxiety and the doubts drift in and out of your mind. They don't concern you. The kill concerns you. You are an artist, and you are about to paint your masterpiece. This must be your sole desire," Virat Nariman said. Naz took his words to heart and settled into the aiming process. The crosshairs were now firmly planted on Hazrat's forehead. "Remember, he's a fucking pedophile who's had it coming. Do it for the children he sold to soulless animals to satisfy their disgusting urges," Virat muttered vehemently. No sooner had Virat uttered those words, a man in a black suit barged into the room saying, "Hey, I thought I'll bring you guys some snacks." He was clearly a member of Hazrat's security retinue. Virat snapped around to face him, and the shock guard was frozen to the spot for a few seconds. Then the man dropped the bag of chips, and his hands swiftly traveled to the concealed holster inside his suit jacket. Virat rushed at him. He clamped his powerful hands on the intruder's wrists before sending a flying knee straight into his sternum, resulting in an audible crack that made Naz wince. She tried not to let the unwelcome distraction ruin her shot. "The roiling seas around you are nothing. You are an island of focus and determination. Complete your task," Virat instructed even as he wrestled with the intruder. Naz's breathing was now out of whack. "Fuck," she muttered. Virat elbowed the man's throat and crushed his trachea before punching him hard on the side of the head. The victim went still and crumpled onto the floor. Several meters away, Hazrat, who was oblivious to the frenzied activity in his neighboring villa, turned around to re-enter his abode. Naz panicked. Her chance to dispatch the quarry was here and now, and she didn't want to blow it. She didn't want to disappoint her teacher. She remembered Virat's words. She remembered her training under his expert tutelage and placed the crosshairs on the back of his head and fired. Mere seconds before he disappeared into the safety of his luxury hut, the bullet bored through the back of Hazrat's skull and extinguished his life. "Well done," Virat said. "Now we bail." Naz crashed back into the present at the sound of vehicles pulling into the shooting range car park. The venue was open for business. While the site had served as an excellent spot to solicit her new gig, thanks to the clear field of view and the multiple exits, Naz was also here to test if the rest and recreation had alleviated her little problem, the shakes. She purchased a 1-hour token and then popped a few pills in the ladies' changing room before heading out to the indoor range. The range owner, an elderly Jat in dungarees, brought the H&K VP9, 7 9mm 17-round magazines and earmuffs to Naz in a blue plastic tray. She thanked the man and put on her safety goggles and muffs before calling up the first paper silhouette target, a jihadi in some god-forsaken Middle Eastern desert. She practiced for some time, tearing headshots into the sheet while keeping a lookout for the wretched disability. As she got through each magazine, she recapped the conversation she had with the man who had called himself Guruji and the nature of the job. She liked that he knew and respected her dear departed teacher. Liked that he trusted her unique skill set. The old man seemed to share some of Virat's qualities. He had the cold and calm demeanor of a killer, steely eyes that had seen many dead bodies, butcher's hands that had extinguished many lives, a soul that had moved way past the many stages of guilt and had learned to forget murderous nights. The perks on offer were tempting, no doubt. The prospect of her records being wiped out, offering her a fresh start in the state, was almost irresistible. An offer too good to refuse. Taking on elite cartel killer squads was no joke, but the thought of the hunt thrilled her. But if her aim was still steady, if a few holidays could completely heal her mind, if she could get back into the game, be the numero uno contract killer in the Eastern Hemisphere, did she really need to quit? Did she really need to take on this extremely risky job? So many options, so many decisions, Naz thought as she slammed in the last magazine. She raised the gun and peered through the sight and saw her hand tremble. Guruji placed the Stetson on his head and gazed at his reflection in the broken mirror. The squalid apartment's features wrapped around his fierce appearance as he adjusted the trench coat, coaxing it to sit snugly on his shoulders. He was unhappy about the slight paunch that dominated his midriff, but pleased he did not have the slouchy appearance that cursed men of his age. Muscle memory and years of hard work had built a hardness into his limbs and his chest, which refused to diminish with time. He smiled at the brawny, broad-shouldered killer staring back at him and said, "I think you've still got it." He pressed a firm hand against his torso to confirm the presence of the handguns. Not satisfied with this tactile examination, he opened the trench coat and gazed at the tools of his trade. The modified Galco Miami Classic 2 shoulder holster system allowed for two 6-hour P320 handguns to be holstered horizontally and facing backwards under the armpits. Guruji was fiercely loyal to his service guns, which were reliable, poly-framed, striker-fired, double-stacked beauties. When he had to return the official ones on his forced retirement, he procured 2 of them in black market to keep him company. The Nalco system also had 2 pouches for 2 13-round magazines. Some parts of the aging ostrich leather holster had grown darker, while some had developed a sheen, and Guruji knew exactly where each patch of pigmentation was located. He ran his hands across the pimpled grain surface affectionately and smiled. His cock grew erect, and Guruji felt a wave of shame wash over him. "You fucking animal," he muttered under his breath. Then he stopped berating himself. For too long, he had suppressed his kill lust. Here was an opportunity to be himself again and provide for a dignified end for his wife. He walked past the open door to his wife's bedroom, where he found her wheezing and staring at the ceiling with yellowing, watery eyes. "The new carer will be here in 5. I will make sure she attends to you before I leave," Guruji said. She turned to face him, opened her dry, chapped lips and said in a hoarse voice,
"You are going back to becoming a monster, aren't you? That bitch came to see you, didn't she?"
Guruji didn't respond.
"Did you do it for the money? to ensure I have a better end?
She said. Aye. Guruji's voice trailed off.
I hope you feel better when you pile more sins on my head and send me to the fire pits of hell. All the comfort you will buy with that blood money will be coated in gore. Damn you, and damn that bitch,
she said. Unable to hear her curse words, Guruji exited the apartment and waited at the entrance, perspiring and breathing heavily.
You should have shot me, you fucking bastard,
she screamed. Santosh Kumar had accompanied the first batch of cocaine to slip through the border checkpoints of IP City. They secreted chunky cakes of white powder hidden in oil drums into the city, thanks to a combination of luck, tardiness, and bribes. That he was leading the contingent of 7 trucks for his patron Miguel Beltran Fuentes was a matter of great pride for Santosh. He was resting in the passenger seat of the lead truck, beaming like a man who was conquering one of the economic powerhouses of India. He felt like he owned a part of IP City thanks to his affiliation to the cartel. And why not? He deserved it. His patron had praised his loyalty and lauded him for fulfilling his duties efficiently. Santosh was certain that this was the first of many rewards that awaited him. He popped his head out of the window and let the wind run riot through his oily curls. He glimpsed his mustache-free, pockmarked face in the side mirror and smiled. Here was a man who had found his golden ticket to paradise. This is what a successful man who had clambered out of the cesspit of poverty looked like, Santosh thought. A message pinged his phone. He opened it and smiled. His cousins from UP ran a small protection racket in the eastern end of the city, and it was they who reported sightings of Nilesh Chettiar's lieutenant Jai Bhim in that part of the town. Santosh had ordered his relatives to pinpoint the war chief's exact location and promised a hefty reward for the information. He hadn't shared the matter with his dearest patron or his Mexican killer dogs. He wanted all the glory for himself. He wanted to slay his boss's last enemy with his own bare hands. He wanted to sever the head of Nilesh's last remaining war chief with a machete. Then he would go back to Miguel in these same trucks after they had emptied their deadly loads into the nerves of IP City. He would throw the severed head at his master's feet and claim his reward. He read the good news that flashed on his screen once again before opening a messaging app and sharing the news with his goons who were riding shotgun on the other trucks. My cousins have pinpointed Jai Bhim's location. We are on. Let the other lads know. We will need them soon. He messaged the group. Santosh slammed the truck's horn a few times in elation, much to the surprise of the driver. This is the sound heralding the arrival of a king in the making, Santosh said, flashing a toothy grin. Did you see his body? You fucking piece of shit. The man we all loved. The man we called Don. Covered in 1,000 knives. Jai Bhim's voice boomed within the confines of the abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of IP City. The traitor, Gokul Shinde, who had betrayed Nilesh Chettiar, was strung upside down from the ceiling. His bloodied face swayed above the cracked cement floor, which was a carpet of weeds. Ropes of crimson rule from his mouth fell on their patterned leaves as a constant moan escaped his bloodied lips. My family was threatened, Shinde said for the 1,000th time. He was family too, Jai Bhim said, grabbing onto Shinde's sweaty hair. When he let the man go, Shinde's body turned like a rotisserie pig. The former accountant glimpsed Jai Bhim's men, who surrounded him, their eyes burning with hatred. "He was like a father to me," Jai Bhim said tearfully. "And you? He loved you like an elder brother. And how did you repay that love?" I... Shinde began. "There is only one punishment for traitors," Jai Bhim said, interrupting Shinde's pathetic utterances. Shinde spun around and witnessed his former employees draw out their knives and step towards him with cruel intentions. "Death by 1,000 cuts," Jai Bhim said. Each man slashed at Shinde's body multiple times. Bloody wounds opened up all over his body. Ichor cascaded out of the wounds and drenched Shinde's head. Shinde cried and blinked rapidly as red-hot blood filled his eyes, mouth, and nostrils. The men stepped back and watched the twitching, gurgling form of the traitor with great satisfaction. "We fight for him. We fight for our Dawn. Let this be the first of our many gifts to his departed soul," Jai Bhim said. His men roared their approval as Shinde's body shuddered intensely for several minutes before going still. Jai Bhim's phone buzzed. "Get out of there. They are coming for you," the message from the private number said. "What? Who are you? How did you get this number?" Jai Bhim typed back. "You're wasting precious time. You will be dead in a matter of minutes if you don't bail now," the message chimed instantly. "Who are you?" Jai Bhim typed back with trembling hands. "Tera Guru," the response read. When Santosh and his 13 weapon-bearing accomplices entered the go-down, the lonesome, forlorn sound of a chain creaking away at the center of the giant space greeted them. Tall shelves stacked with empty barrels hid the source of the ominous sound. The men held up their weapons, their guns, machetes, and iron rods, and crept onwards, taking pains to peer into every shadow, to examine every new section of their hunting ground. When a smoke grenade went off with a metallic clang, they panicked at first, but words of assurance from their determined leader, Santosh, calmed their nerves. "These gimmicks will not save Nilesh's dogs. We are leaving here with some severed heads, boys. My source told me we would outnumber the amateurs here 2-1. Come on, keep your eyes open. But no need to piss in your pants," he said. They moved on as the smoke swirled around them. Darksome shapes threatened to loom out of the smog and pounce on them. They panned their weapons from side to side and constantly checked their six to discourage ambush tactics. Not that they needed to worry about it. "Come on, Jai Bhim. Stop hiding like a coward. I have men posted at the doors. You are not getting out of here. Not a fly leaves this building without me knowing about it," Santosh said. There was no response. They moved to the center of the go-down without incident. They came upon a ghastly sight. Shinde's bloodied corpse. "But there," Santosh remarked. His followers exchanged confused glances. Another smoke grenade went off with a bang, frightening the already spooked goons.
The men at the exits, meant to cover your backs, are gone. Now you are trapped in here with me,
a disembodied voice said. "Who are you?" Santosh screamed into the miasma.
This should best answer that question.
The steely voice said a beat later. Bullets punched through the air, demolishing craniums and hearts. Painful cries punctuated the destruction of each body that was felled to the ground. The weapon-waving goons dropped like marionettes whose strings had been cut, their lifeless forms bouncing off the filthy floor. It was as if a sharp scythe had reaped a swathe of noxious weeds in a fell sweep. The scythe wielder, an instrument of justice and vengeance, who dealt death from the innards of the smokescreen. The men who attempted to race out of the smoky section of the go-down encountered a Vajramushti, which sent their bodies flying back into the center of the Chakravyuh. When they landed hard on their backs with a scream, the hollow mouth of a gun barrel greeted them from above. Their final vision was a blast of fire spat forth by the deadly orifice. Death followed, the big bang of its terrible wrath silencing their fearful screams forever. Santosh whimpered as he clung to the upside-down corpse, his mind struggling to comprehend the stealthy but balletic violence around him. The smoke dissipated, and the butcher who had wreaked havoc on Santosh's ambitions to become Miguel Beltran's favorite stood before him in an ominous long coat. The killer's face was hidden underneath the brim of his hat. The guns that had butchered Santosh's mates smoked threateningly in his mighty hands. The man's arrogance frightened and angered Santosh at the same time. Santosh shook off the fear that made him latch onto the bloody and cold body and raised his own weapon. He watched his opponent's twin barrels arc up in a flash, and his brain registered amazement even as it was pulped into gobbets of white and grey matter. Guruji smiled at the aftermath of his bloody rampage. You sure she's going to turn up? SP Vinaya Prasad asked, her voice barely audible over the raucous buzzing of insects. Let's give her 5 more minutes, Guruji said. What if she's got cold feet? Vinaya said. She didn't seem the kind that would say no to a challenge. Guruji said, she'll be here. They were standing in the overgrown courtyard garden of a ruined Haveli, waiting for Nasq to show up. You look happy today, Guruji said. You know why I'm smiling, Vinaya said. He sure did. Thanks to the intel that Guruji had beaten out of one of Santosh's half-dead minions, Vinaya and her ace team of police officers were able to raid 7 different go-downs where the cartel's cocaine-laden trucks were parked. The go-down owners were eagerly awaiting their pay packets from the cartel's henchmen when they picked up the vehicles. Instead, they got the thudding boots and the pounding fists of IP City's finest. A press conference was hastily organized at one of the sites to showcase the weeping owners and the mountain of drugs captured in the raids. Vinaya praised her colleagues and declared it was a warning shot to criminals dreaming of helming an illegal empire in IP City. Today is a great day in the storied history of our force, and the list of people I need to thank for this accomplishment is endless, was her opening remark. Names like mine, Guruji thought as he watched the conference earlier that day. But no respectable officer would ever utter his name. Presently, Vinaya, who was leaning against a cracked pillar, said, Thank you. No mention, Guruji began saying, just as Nasq walked in through the low entrance. She was dressed in a black denim outfit and a white t-shirt which showcased her ample curves. She wore bright red lipstick and her hair was tied in a ponytail. So, this is the secret lair of the cartel killers, hey? She said with a smile. Welcome, Naz, Vinaya said. And you're right. Between my strategic raids and your and Guruji's precision strikes, we will bring the cartel to its knees. I love the sight of a confident woman, Naz said with a flirty smile. Took you long. Second thoughts? Guruji said. No, I had to go back for my favorite knife, Naz quipped. Guruji grinned. By the way, you two look like you are related. Has anyone pointed this out to you before? Naz said, wiping the smile from Guruji's face. I hope not, Vinaya said. Maybe all police officers, current and former, are cut from the same cloth. Ha! Naz reacted. If you're done with the chit-chat, it's time for your briefing, Naz, Guruji said seriously. Naz noticed that he was still smarting from her off-the-cuff remark.
Pinche pendejos!
Miguel Beltran Fuentes screamed as he smashed the glass coffee table with an expensive crystal ashtray. His henchmen and associates gathered in the living room of his luxurious beachside villa in Siridao watched on nervously as he paced alongside the balcony railings like a caged tiger. All except Abhinav Pandey, the lanky 6'8" wannabe Bollywood star and son of a member of parliament, who was Miguel's partner in the IP City operations. He was dressed in a leopard print silk shirt and tight leather pants which highlighted his pancake flat ass. His face did not betray any fear towards the dreaded cartel boss. "You have lost me a lot of money, Miguel. I forked that initial payout because I thought you could deliver. Hoped that you could clean out the trash in my city, shrink the bowls of the police force, help me lay the foundations of our new empire. Instead," Abhinav said bitterly. Miguel slammed the balcony railing with his open palms, causing it to reverberate. "Your dumbass goons ratted out the location of our godowns and got themselves killed, and your vaunted Mexican killer squad were nowhere to be seen," Abhinav continued. "You don't need to rub it in, partner. I agree Santosh and his men fucked things up, but my Mexican team, they are not like your garden variety thugs. They only engage in clinical strikes," Miguel said defensively. "My father is not happy. He's not going to entertain vague explanations," Abhinav said, standing up to his full height. "He will want some answers, reparations to remedy our losses." The tall lad looked like a petulant child on steroids as he scanned the faces of Miguel's henchmen. "Our political graces will bless you if we stand to make some money. Otherwise... So give me some results," Abhinav said.
Who are you trying to order around, pendejo?
"Antonio Perez," Miguel's right-hand man said, pointing a finger at Abhinav. He was dressed in a floral print shirt and jeans. His giant gold-plated belt buckle featured an eagle devouring a snake. "This is not Mexico, Antonio. This is India, and Miguel knows that the rules of doing business here are different. You are not going to be doing any empire building without the blessings of the elite and the electorally powerful cabals that own every inch of this country," Abhinav said to Antonio before turning to Miguel and saying, "Call me when there is good news." Then he rushed out of the room and down the stairs, where the valet handed him the keys to his soft-top Mercedes convertible. As Abhinav drove out of the compound, wheels squealing, Antonio said to Miguel,
"How dare that hijo de puta!"
"Patience, Antonio. There is truth in what Abhinav was saying. The rules are different here. First, we will play by their rules. Then, we will break it. These puta madres have no clue about how we went about conquering Europe. We will be patient, and we will annex this land slowly, determinedly. A day will come when the very economic fabric of this country will depend on the product we move from its ports. When that day comes, Abhinav and his father will sleep in acid barrels," Miguel said. Antonio nodded before emptying a glass of whiskey into his gullet. "Now we seek restitution for what was done to us. Call Alberto. Tell him I demanded a sacrifice. Sacrificio de sangre," Miguel said.
"Venganza,"
Antonio said as he poured 2 glasses of whiskey for him and his dearest El Patron. They clinked their glasses together, and Miguel repeated, "Venganza." The 36-year-old Inspector Sudhir Yashwant, who was leading the police raid, had gotten married just 2 weeks ago. After radioing the control room, where SP Vinaya and her core team were monitoring the operation. "Tell them to base, they're here." The 35-year-old proceeded to kiss the photo of his bride in his wallet. As intelligence predicted, the truck named Devi Ma had arrived at the shoe factory just off Arthur Road at 11:10. The fact that the cartel thought it was wise to drop off a large delivery of cocaine in the heart of the city, even after enduring recent raids and increased surveillance, showed the balls on them. "They are not quitting without a solid effort," Sudhir muttered. The driver stepped out of the truck to open the locked gate. "Stand by, team. On my mark." He then drove the vehicle through and parked it under a begrimed awning weighed down by leaf litter. Sudhir and the 14 officers under him ran into the compound, demanding the driver's surrender. They had been monitoring the compound for the last 48 hours and did not spot any suspicious activity. So Sudhir and his team rushed in with blind confidence, eager to notch another victory for IP City's embattled police force. They were so pumped with adrenaline that they refused to heed warnings from the control room, communicated by SI Paramveer Singh on behalf of SP Vinaya. The driver bolted into the factory as soon as he spotted the policeman, and 2 officers followed him into its shadowy interior. Another 8 officers smashed open locks and entered the factory via multiple entry points.
Madam G has asked you to be mindful of any ambush tactics. Don't forget to clear rooms and check for traps,
Paramveer said. "There is nobody here, Paramveer," Sudhir radioed back. "I want every inch searched," he ordered. Officers opened the doors to the truck's front cabin and its tailgate and began their rigorous investigation under Sudhir's watchful eyes. "Any sign of the drivers?" Sudhir radioed the officers who chased the driver into the factory.
"None, sir. We are still looking. This place is a labyrinth,"
came the response. "Any signs of the enemy?" He radioed the others raiding the premises.
"We are trawling through the assembly line and the offices, sir. Nothing so far,"
they said. "Keep an eye out for ambushes. Central Command is busting my balls about it," Sudhir said.
"We don't want helicopter parents ruining our mission,"
someone quipped on the radio. "Tell me about it," Sudhir said before he clicked off the radio. The bomb placed in the bowels of the truck went off with an ear-shattering bang that could be heard for miles. Sudhir, who had looked handsome in his wedding vestments as he rode a gaudily adorned white horse to his wedding ceremony, was torn to shreds of meat. His colleagues fared no better. At that exact time, one of the officers on the factory floor tripped off a booby trap which caused an improvised explosive device to detonate. The powerful detonation disintegrated equipment, creating a rain of shrapnels that tore up scores of policemen. The lucky survivors panicked and ran towards the opposite end of the factory, only to have their hidden enemy deploy a claymore mine, which sent 700 ball bearings barreling in their direction. Metallic spheres bored holes in their soft flesh and pulped internal organs, killing them instantly. The 2 officers chasing after the driver were the only ones left unscathed in the aftermath of the bombings, as they were searching the offices at the back of the factory. They looked in the direction of the explosions in frightful surprise, only to find hands snaking across their necks in their moment of distraction. Knives plunged into their skulls, killing them where they stood. They didn't register the sounds of the Mexican Special Forces soldiers swearing and giggling in the shadows as they butchered their quarry. My father was a rickshawala. My mother was a maid. We had very little, but our life was content. I must have been about 10 years old when a fire gutted our slum. My parents got me to safety, but they were trampled in the stampede caused by people fleeing the inferno. Jai Bhim said, as he gazed upon the slow-flowing river, choked by reedy islands of greenery. Guruji and Nas Q leaned against the bonnet of their Land Rover as they listened to him in rapt attention. Not even the strained moans of someone trying to escape Jay Bhim's ambassador car's boot could distract them from the tragic tale. The lower half of my body was burned. I lay where my parents left me, under a charred shrub, on a bed of ash. I was alone, broken. I cried for my parents. I knew they were not coming back, because I could see where they lay dead. I couldn't move. I called out for help, but no one came. On the 4th day, worms had started to feed on my wounds, and I was praying to God to let me join my parents. The harsh sun had wrung me out. My lips felt like parchment. In my delirium, I may have stuffed some of that ash I was lying on in my mouth. I was hallucinating. At one stage, I thought I saw a procession of temple elephants. I was very close to death. I could tell. Then he came. He was no mirage. He was real, Jay Bhim said. Nilesh Chettiar, Guruji said. Yes, he grabbed me up in his arms like this, Jay Bhim said, acting out the scene. He looked into my soul and said, "You are not dying today. You are too strong for that." Jay Bhim turned around to face Naz and Guruji. Rivulets of tears had stained his cheek. I must avenge my master and his family's deaths. It's the least I can do to repay a life debt. So I appreciate you saving me the other day and reaching out to me so I can thank you in person, Jay Bhim said. Our work is not done yet, Naz said. Guruji nodded. As a gift to celebrate our alliance, Jay Bhim said. This is no alliance. You are useful to us, for now. So, Guruji let the words trail off. Like I said, Jay Bhim continued, ignoring the veteran's comment. I have a gift. He flung open the boot of his car and revealed a bloodied man whose hands were bound and mouth was gagged. This is the bastard who fed state intelligence the information that got those officers killed, Jay Bhim said. I'm sure he knows where the men you are tracking can be found. Consider this my thanks. Naz turned to Guruji with a triumphant smile. We will climb up this grapevine and get to the rotten fruit. We might need your assist on this one, Guruji said. At your service. It would be my pleasure, Jay Bhim said. A 45-minute drive later, Naz and Guruji were at the ruined Haveli, where SP Vinaya and Paramveer eagerly awaited their arrival. Before they entered the dilapidated building, Naz asked Guruji, I found it interesting the other day that you were disturbed by my comment about you and Vinaya being related. This nonsense again, Guruji said, looking disgruntled. We are not related in any way. I don't want you to bring this up again. Is that clear? Naz did not respond as she followed him into the courtyard. Vinaya had clearly spent a few days crying, as evidenced from her puffy eyes and general demeanor. Even the man-mountain Paramveer Singh looked out of sorts as he fingered the peak of his turban. They both looked up at the sound of Guruji and Naz's footsteps. Is there any good news? Vinaya asked. Guruji nodded. Vinaya rushed towards Guruji and embraced him. He held her awkwardly at first, sparing a quick glance at Naz, who watched them with curiosity. Then a wave of tenderness that Guruji couldn't deny overcame his emotions. He held Vinaya in a tighter embrace while recounting his encounter with Jay Bhim. Kill them for me when you find them. I can still see the weeping faces of the wives and children of the dead officers when I close my eyes, Vinaya said as she wept uncontrollably. It's not your fault, darling, Guruji said, stroking her head. Paramveer Singh looked on uncomfortably. He squirmed as Guruji consoled Vinaya with loving words. They disengaged from the embrace after what seemed like ages. Vinaya said, "You might be a terrible man in a lot of ways, but I know you are a man of your word. Promise me that you will do everything to help me shine. Make the departed soul of my father proud of what his daughter has achieved. And you can do that by eradicating this cartel contingent from Mexico. Drive them off our shores. Then I will forgive you for your sins," Vinay said. "That will mean a lot to me," Guruji said tearfully. "Now go get me some scalps. Justice demands it," Vinay said. "Yes, ma'am," Guruji said. He turned and nodded at Naz. "Good luck," Vinay said as they walked off. Paramveer Singh followed Naz and Guruji as they strolled towards the Land Rover. A lime green veteran of many car chases and shootouts, its body was a patchwork of fixes that gave it the air of a warhound that was way past its prime. Guruji smiled as his eyes fell on it. It was only appropriate that he was embarking on this bloody mission in his old departmental chariot. "Your wheels will see blood, my old friend. I promise," Guruji thought. Just as they reached the vehicle, Paramveer spoke up. "Madam Ji might forgive you for your sins. Don't expect me to do the same. You will always be a corrupt stain on the history of this police force. Nothing more. But I know you will fulfill your promise to her. It should come easy to you. After all, dirty wet work is your forte," Paramveer said. "Always a pleasure," Guruji said as he opened the Land Rover's door. "Any other curse words you want to send my way?" "Good luck," Paramveer said to Naz before turning and trudging up the overgrown path that snaked towards the Haveli. Beautiful wild bird songs erupted from the foliage above in his wake. "Vinaya is your daughter. I have no doubt about it," Naz said. "I told you," Guruji raised his voice, his face a mask of fury. "I cannot work with people I don't trust. I need to understand your motivation clearly. This is not just about money for you," she said. "You don't see me psychoanalyzing you," Guruji retorted. "Believe me, you don't want to get inside my fucked up head," Naz chuckled. "Bah!" Guruji said, slamming the bonnet. "What happened to your encounter squad? Why was it disbanded?" Naz asked. "Because I was corrupt. You should read the papers," Guruji said. "No more lies. No more secrets," Naz said. Guruji's furious eyes bored into hers. She did not tear her gaze away. A few beats later, he looked away. His lower lip quivered as he said, "Get in the car. I will tell you about my sins." Decades ago. "So you sold your integrity, our team's honor, for a stack of notes?" Prasad Bhushan, Vinay Prasad's father, said. He was grabbing onto the collar of his fellow encounter squad mate, Alluri Rajesh, as he uttered these damning words. "You don't understand how difficult it is to make ends meet with the pittance we get paid to be legally sanctioned assassins," Rajesh countered, as he wrenched Prasad's hands away from his collar. The two men were arguing inside their staff room in full view of their colleagues. They were dressed in casual business shirts and khaki uniform pants, as was often the case when they were off duty. Guruji and two other members of the encounter squad watched on in shock as the confrontation played out. "How many kills did you execute for a fee? How many did you cover up as sanctioned encounters? Tell me, how many?" Prasad demanded, his spittle flying in the face of the accused. Rajesh hung his head in shame and refused to give a number. "Are any of you involved in the same dirty business?" Prasad asked, shifting his glance to his two other colleagues who were spectators. Prasad strategically avoided Guruji's gaze, and the master killer noted the same. The men hesitated. It was Guruji's turn to grab onto their collars. Answer, Prasad. Did you guys take bribes to off people who might not have been legitimate targets? No response was proffered, but the guilt was writ large on their faces. What gives you the right to question them? The rot comes from the top. From you, Prasad said, pointing an accusatory finger at Guruji. Guruji turned to face Prasad, his face registering shock. I have not taken a single bribe in my life, let alone as the leader of this squad, Guruji declared. But you have been immoral in other ways, Prasad said. Then he turned to his colleagues and said, I need you three out of here. I need to speak to this man alone. It's time we had a heart-to-heart. The three men left the room, their heads hanging in shame. They closed the door to the staff room behind them, leaving behind a silence seething with tension. Prasad moved closer to Guruji and squared up to him. I know you have been sleeping with my wife. She told me that the baby growing in her belly. Guruji reeled and took a few backward steps as Prasad's truthful revelations smashed into his chest with the fury of a sledgehammer blow. What right do you have to lecture the men standing out there? I thought you were my friend, our beloved leader, Prasad said, his words faltering with emotion. It was Guruji's turn to hang his head in shame. I will go to the press with these bribery allegations. That will be the end of this squad. I know I will not escape the taint either. The top brass will tar me with the same brush and throw me to the wolves along with the rest of you. But at least this charade will end. It needs to come to a swift conclusion. You have grown fat on the adoration showered on you at press conferences and junkets. You have grown arrogant, Prasad said, slamming a pointed finger into Guruji's chest. You think you are untouchable. The only way to slay you is by starving you of the oxygen that feeds your ego, Prasad said. I, Guruji stammered. I knew you wouldn't be able to utter a single word when I confronted you, because I have always known that you are not the macho superhero that gets his photos splashed in the papers. You are not the consummate Casanova charming the pants of pretty talk show hosts and starlets. You are a coward, Prasad said. Prasad, Guruji said. I won't abandon my wife. I will father my daughter, because she deserves someone better than you to call as a father, Prasad said. Prasad then grabbed his holstered gun hanging from his cabinet and the badge clipped to his belt and placed them in Guruji's left palm. Consider this my resignation and my final goodbye. I don't want to see you ever again, Prasad said. Then he stormed out of the room. Now you know, Guruji remarked as he finished telling the sordid tale of how the encounter squad had been banished underneath a shroud of ignominy and how he had cold-heartedly betrayed a friend. Does she know you are her father? Nas, who was driving the Land Rover, said. Guruji shook his head. No. I'm sorry, Nas said. I am the one who is truly sorry for my sins. My wife reminds me every day of my fall from grace. She also embraced the punishment God had foisted on me for my wicked ways. She is the ever-present judge. I no longer have her love, only her contempt, Guruji said. Nas took in a deep breath. The vehicle rumbled along a narrow arterial road, its mechanical innards offering the only sounds to counter the sorrowful silence in the cabin. Now, will you come kill with me? Guruji asked. Yes, Nas said, her stern face finally blossoming into a smile. The village of Matharu was located some 100 kilometers from IP City. It was a cluster of aging wooden buildings crisscrossed by alleyways. It was set on a slight incline that led up to a dense bamboo forest. There was a fast-flowing creek at the bottom of the village. Wooden bridges direly in need of maintenance was placed at multiple sections. It helped the villagers access several pathways that snaked up to Highway 89 and civilization. The village was also flanked by muddy terraces, featuring uneven tracks that led to the dense forest beyond. J. Bhim and his men observed the village from a hilltop with their high-powered binoculars.
The house with the red roof,
one of his men said. J. Bhim responded, glassing the section where the two-story house rose up next to a crooked metal post on which a jumble of electrical cabling nested messily. It was 6 a.m. and the village was just waking up to the blood-red sky in the east. Some of the men in J. Bhim's team shivered and cursed as a cold morning chill cut through their bag of bones.
"Here are the photos from the surveillance,"
the man who had spoken before said, handing over a stack of black and white snaps. J. Bhim inspected them. Anger raged in him as he spotted members of the Mexican kill team in the house, wandering around the village or making purchases at the local grocer. He returned the photographs and glassed the house again. There was movement at the window. He placed the binoculars on the roof of his utility vehicle, pulled out his mobile phone and messaged Guruji. "They are here. Today is the day." SP Vinay stared at the grandfather clock in her apartment as if she was expecting time to speed up through sheer force of her will. The austere furnishings in the apartment, the smattering of family photos on the wall, even the current affairs magazines on the coffee table thrummed with expectation. The tick-tick of the clock mechanism seemed louder than usual. Vinaya looked at the photo of her departed parents. It was taken during their honeymoon in Shimla. She took in their youthful smiles. She wondered how they would have responded to her present anxiety. "Beta, everything will be fine. What's important is that you have prepared for the best and planned for the worst," she could hear her father say. "Yes, father," she said to the empty apartment, draped in shadows. She had closed the curtains to enhance the solitude and peace. Every bit helped when it came to calming her nerves. Her thoughts drifted to Guruji. "He better deliver," she thought angrily. "That wretched man better deliver." She slammed a closed fist on the armrest of her chair. It was just her in this apartment. It always had been, since her parents had left her to navigate the troubles of the world on her own. There were the occasional lovers who stayed over, but most of the time, it was just her. She was content with the way things were within the four walls of her home. But when she stepped out of the ascetic's cave, there was no room for professional failures. She expected nothing less than perfection. She couldn't control the outcome of what was going down in Matharu, and it bothered her to no end. In Q, she was sharp. She would keep the old man on track. No sooner had she considered this thought, her phone buzzed. It was Guruji. "We are here. It won't be long now," the message read. While Guruji spoke with J. Bhim as he observed the village of Matharu through his binoculars, Naz performed her pre-job ritual. A habit that she had adhered to for nearly a decade now. She pulled out a faded photo of her beloved Jasleen and said a prayer for her departed soul. Jasleen, in her mid-20s, showing off her punk motorcycle fashion proudly as she sucked on a cigar. frozen forever in time with a rebellious streak that still shone brightly after all these years. They had taken the photo at a nightclub near Connaught Place. A long time ago, a gang of vicious men had gang-raped Naz, and instead of punishing them, society had forced her into an asylum. Naz had met Jasleen in those cold corridors where she thought her life would end. But they fell in love, they escaped, and together they wreaked holy revenge on those who had wronged Naz. Sadly, Jasleen perished in the campaign, leaving Naz with a hole in her heart that could never be filled. A powerful breeze stirred a susurration of leaves in the bamboo forests nearby. "You have come to say hello, as always, haven't you, darling?" Naz Q said, tearing her tearful eyes away from the photograph. She watched the rustling leaves as she tried to remember her lover's soft touch. "Maybe today's the day I get to come back to you, to your grace," Naz said before kissing the photograph and placing it back in its usual resting place. She continued watching the bamboo trees swaying in the wind. "Our chariots are ready," she heard Guruji say. Naz snapped around to find 2 long carts topped with bamboo sticks. There was a section underneath the cart covered with woolen blankets, a hidden compartment. This was their Trojan horse. This was how they were going to infiltrate the village. "A chariot indeed," she said to Guruji, who stood next to a beaming Jai Bhim who looked proud as punch. Ramirez, the tallest of the 3 soldiers in the kill team, was on guard duty. Jose, the wiry one, sat at the makeshift table beside their leader Alberto Salazar. He was struggling with his breakfast.
"These pendejos don't know how to make tortillas,"
Jose said, raking the black bean curry with his bread. "I was happy to make it for you, but you insisted on trying the local delicacies," Ramirez responded, still glancing the alleyways of Mataru, the village they camped in as they continued their hit-and-run operations in IP City. Every 10 days they would venture out and wreak havoc on their enemies in the city before shifting to a new village to eliminate any chances of being tracked. So far, no one had managed to tail them and discover their hideouts, which were strategically located villages or small towns where people were happy to take the cash and mind their own business. Alberto, the man who had slain Nilesh, was peeling an apple as he watched Ramirez glass the streets. He saw his subordinate's furrowed forehead and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "Bamboo traders," he responded, "carts loaded with their goods, making their way uphill. Bamboo cultivation, processing, and a trade in products made from them was the chief source of revenue for the villagers. There is an animated conversation between that puta madre shopkeeper with the red turban who reeks like a fish and one of the traders. Wonder what it's about," Ramirez said. "Keep an eye on it for now," Alberto said before biting into the apple. Alberto thoroughly enjoyed killing the Don of IP City and his family. This was the kind of gold standard operation that could set his independent security business up for decades. But before he got too excited about the future, he still had a job to complete, the final dregs of an empire that needed to be mopped up. Total annihilation, the Mortifagos leader had demanded of him. His patron, Miguel Beltran Fuentes, had rewarded him amply for the recent strike that killed scores of policemen and Nilesh's precious scalp. But just as the sea was a treacherous mistress, the man's mood could change, and he might find himself at the receiving end of his wrath. Alberto was not the kind of man who felt fear, but the thought of being at the receiving end of Miguel's psychopathic outbursts made him uncomfortable. It was important that he finished the whole mission to the drug lord's satisfaction, and that meant steering clear of trouble between each major operation. It also meant Jai Bhim and his mongrel gang had to sleep in the bottom of the ocean. "Seems fine. Looks like they were negotiating on where to store the bamboo and at what price," That stinky cabron would have asked for an arm and a leg, Ramirez said. Keep an eye on them, Alberto said. Jose and Ramirez had served him ably for the last 8 years, since leaving the army to take up lucrative contracts offered up by Don Ernesto Fuentes. The men were like his brothers in the Special Forces unit, and he had brought them in with minimal persuasion when he switched sides. Both men worked hard for their money, but most importantly, they would give up their lives for each other. You could never put a price on such loyalty. Alberto was godfather to their children, and it was his duty to keep them safe on the missions by planning for all eventualities. Presently, Alberto approached the window where Ramirez was stationed and examined the scene before him. The traders were pushing the loaded carts up the steep road that wound its way around a block of shanty homes before ending up at the furniture factory. Poor swords. Doesn't look like fun, Ramirez said. They should have gotten into our business, Alberto chuckled. They can't even make tortillas for shit. What good would they do with guns? Jose said, eliciting a bout of laughter from his comrades. Wait, Ramirez suddenly said. I have seen one of the guys pushing that cart somewhere. Where? Alberto demanded. When we were tailing J-Beam, he said. When the carts were close enough to the target home, at a distance where prying eyes couldn't discover them from the windows, Naz and Guruji emerged from the covers in the bottom compartment. They rolled out of the undercarriages and bear-crawled their way towards the front wall of the home. They stood up with their backs against it. They then crab-walked sideways till they were on both sides of the main door, Guruji on the left and Naz on the right. There were no exits behind or on the left side of the home. The right wall of the house featured a tall barn door that were in the sights of J-Beam's rifle-toting men. More gang members had been tasked with keeping their eyes on the first-story windows. J-Beam's underlings were also stationed at strategic locations across the town to trap the members of the kill team should they escape Guruji and Naz's surprise attack. Therefore, the two hired killers felt confident that no matter what, their enemies would be in body bags by the end of the day. Guruji and Naz both held their favorite handguns. In addition to her weapon, Naz wore a bandolier with 3 grenades nestling in secure pouches. You ready? Guruji mouthed, silently. Naz ran a free hand down her white t-shirt and jeans before nodding her assent. Before Guruji and Naz could breach the main door, a red jeep burst out of the large barn door on the side of the house. J-Beam's men, who were covering that exit, showered the speeding vehicle with bullets. The jeep, driven by Alberto Salazar, ate lead, but neither he nor his men Jose and Ramirez were harmed by the onslaught. Alberto had chosen the house on purpose. It gave them direct access to the widest dirt path that snaked through the village, and gave them access to the highway beyond once they crossed one of the several rudimentary bridges placed across the shimmering waterway. More bullets pinged against the frame of the vehicle as he sped past the poorly trained shooters. One of the bullets cracked the windscreen, partially obstructing Alberto's vision, but otherwise they were well on track to execute their escape. Pinche pendejos, Jose swore as he slammed his hands on the dashboard. I will kill these fuckers next time I see them. All of them. Let's get out of here first, hey? Ramirez quipped from the backseat. What the? Alberto ran the vehicle over a spike strip he hadn't spotted till the last second, thanks to the damaged windshield. The tires burst like firecrackers, and the vehicle careened left, then right, before smashing its front end into a shuttered storefront. Alberto had deployed the handbrake, and his defensive driving had dulled the impact, thereby saving their lives. Regardless, their bodies were rattled by the collision. Sharp bolts of pain assailed their necks and backs, thanks to the whiplash. Get out of here. I will cover for you, Alberto said, pulling out a handgun. I will meet you both at the rendezvous point, as planned. We want to stay back with you, Commander. We will take them on, together, Ramirez said. No arguments, Alberto said. They studied each other's faces for several moments without uttering a word, considering the possibility that this could be the last time they saw each other. The silence may as well have spoken up and conveyed, "It's been good to serve with you, brother. Look after my family, in case we don't meet again." The moment passed. They nodded in acknowledgement and prepared for action. Both Ramirez and Jose jumped out as the first of the bullets clanged against the damaged vehicle, denying them the opportunity to grab their kit bags. "Puta madre!" Jose said, slinging his rifle across his shoulder. "We have to split," Ramirez said as he fired at the attackers. Alberto turned in his seat and shot out the back window. "Go!" Alberto screamed at his men, and they obliged. Alberto peppered the 7 gun-toting goons headed in his direction with strategic bursts of gunfire. Behind them strode a man who clearly didn't know the meaning of the word fear. You could tell from his gait that he was a born leader. Muscles threatened to burst out of his short-sleeved shirt and jeans. The top 3 buttons of his shirt were open and revealed a black chain that hosted 3 golden rings. This fearsome man, this commander of soldiers, ran his solid fingers through his long hair as he roared with anger. The men were driven to a kill frenzy by their master's bellow, and they emptied their cartridge into the incapacitated vehicle. "Hijo de putas," Alberto said as he ducked and reloaded. "Stop," Jabhim ordered, and Alberto was given the reprieve that he needed to execute his next move. Several minutes ago, Guruji was about to barge in through the main door when the jeep escaped the confines of the building with a thunderous bang and the sound of splintering wood. "Stop!" Naz shouted as she pushed Guruji away from the door. "Look," she said, pointing in the direction of the speeding jeep. After indulging in a momentary state of paralysis, they chased after the vehicle for some distance, even as Jabhim's men fired at it. When the contract killers realized it was futile to continue the pursuit, they stopped and panted like athletes at the finish line. "Jabhim will get them," Guruji said. "He better," Naz responded. There was a series of thumping sounds behind them. Naz and Guruji snapped around to discover one of Jabhim's men trying to barge in through the hideout's main door instead of entering through the destroyed barn door. "Idiot!" Naz shouted. "It could be booby-trapped." No sooner had she uttered these words, an explosion ripped out the door. It ejected heat and a storm of shrapnel that flayed the skin and tore up the flesh of those unfortunate enough to be in its path. Naz and Guruji instantly covered their ears, and they felt the heat wash of the explosion as scores of grenades released their pent-up kinetic energy. But they were spared injuries owing to their distance from the booby-trapped house. "Fuck," Naz said. They heard a crash in the distance. "Jabhim," Guruji said. "Looks like he nailed them sons of bitches," Naz said. Naz depressed the transmit button on her radio and tried to race some of the spotters, but she received no response. The sound of shots being fired from the direction of the crash gave them the confidence that the trap they had sprung was a success. Suddenly, Guruji's radio crackled to life. "2 of them have fled. One has taken the uphill path to the factory. The other is headed for the forest. Keep an eye on them. Can you guide us?" Guruji said. "We will do our best to track them," the spotter said. "Copy," Guruji said before turning to Naz. "I will take the one headed for the forest. You take the other," Naz said. "I was hoping you would say that. I would be no good in the woods," Guruji said with a smile. "Good luck hunting," Naz said as she started sprinting. She lifted the radio up to her mouth and said, "Naz here, tracking the forest escapee. What's the latest?" "Good luck hunting," Guruji said watching her retreating figure. You are surrounded. Get out of there with your hands raised. Jai Bhim's sonorous voice boomed and echoed against the walls that surrounded the site of the accident. The villagers had not dared to peek out of their windows ever since the attack had commenced, and a funereal silence hung over the landscape. Not even the birds sang in the trees. "I am not going to ask you again," Jai Bhim said. Alberto stopped firing and slowly opened the driver's side door. He stepped out slowly. He kept his right hand inside the car, even as he raised his left and exposed most of his body to the gun sights of Jai Bhim's men. The arch enemies locked eyes. "You have been hunting me, just like I have been hunting you. I win this game of cat and mouse," Jai Bhim said. "Don't be so sure," Alberto said. Sweat poured down the chiseled surfaces of his face, which quivered with rage. Jai Bhim's gaze fell on Alberto's right hand, which was still within the confines of the vehicle. "Get your hands out of the vehicle," Jai Bhim said. Alberto smiled. There was a metallic popping sound as Alberto leapt and rolled away from the vehicle with the flexibility and speed of a lemur. The grenade he threw into the car exploded, crafting sharp projectiles that took out some of Jai Bhim's men. Those immune to its predations sprayed bullets in his general direction. The shots failed to find the Spec Ops killer in the smoky aftermath of the detonation. "Motherfucker," Jai Bhim swore as he unloaded his revolver into the surroundings where he had previously seen Alberto. But the man was gone. The shanty rooftops above him obstructed views of the deep blue sky as Jose made his way up the cemented path bathed in shadows. Every window, doorway and smelly junction he encountered on his escape path radiated danger, but he cleared each one of them with his trusty FX-05 rifle. It was called Fire Serpent in Nahuatl, and for a good reason. He hoped to help his enemies understand the true meaning of that name if they dared to cross paths with him. The explosions, shouts, and gunfire had turned the village into a ghost town. No one dared step out. Jose occasionally saw scared eyes peering at him from half-open doors or windows, but the roving gun barrel sent them fleeing into the dark innards of their hovels. His plan was to follow the path to the cashew factory and cut through its grounds into the forest beyond. Then he would meet up with his brothers at the predetermined location, which was an hour and a half by foot from his present bearing. He could see the chimneys of the factory straight ahead. He was nearly there. He thanked Jesus for keeping him hidden from his assailants. "You are a soldier. You have been trained in urban warfare," the voice said from behind him. Jose snapped around and pointed the 19-inch barrel at the source of the deep, aged voice, but there was no one there. He heard footsteps. Several people running on the path that ran parallel to the one he was on. He glimpsed their fleeting figures through a set of open doors. Gunfire erupted from somewhere on the left. Close, but not close enough to derail his plans. The tip of the FX-05 traced each new cacophony. "But setting up encounter killings, it's a different kind of skill," the voice said. A window snapped open above him, and Jose pointed his gun up and fired. He shattered its glass panes and butchered its wooden rails. Running shoes pounded the floor behind him. Jose turned around just in time to see a group disappear into one of the homes. He was sweating now, His heart was hammering in his chest. What was this nonsense? Some kind of witchcraft? Stop playing games, fuckers! Come and face me like men! He shouted, spittle flying everywhere.
An encounter specialist. He's a hunter,
the disembodied voice said. More gunfire, this time from the rooftop of one of the surrounding buildings. Laughter echoed from around him. The scornful sound wormed through his skull and into his very soul. Jose decided it was time to make a run for the factory. He scanned every direction with his deadly weapon as he ran towards salvation. The factory would offer him more cover and access to the forest where he could lose these pests. More gunfire from 3 o'clock. Someone screamed from the rooftops. They were mocking him, trying to unnerve him. This was psychological warfare. I could have used these men to shower you with bullets, to chase you down like a dog, and put slugs into your beating heart, the voice said. Jose said a silent prayer as he fixed his eyes on the target destination and sprinted faster.
An encounter specialist is a hunter who uses his hounds to bring his quarry to the kill box,
the voice said. It seemed closer now.
Come and eat death from my gun barrel, pendejo,
Jose said. A bucket was thrown onto the path some 20 feet in front of him. He fired at the bucket and the doorway that was the source of the utensil. Shots rang just near his feet. He turned around and fired behind him. A door slammed open to his right, and Guruji's gun barrels emerged from the shadows like the cold, dark eyes of a demon prince. It spat fire from the gloom. The shots pulped Jose's head. His lifeless body slumped to the floor. Guruji stepped out of the doorway. Jai Bhim's men also followed suit. Some emerged from doorways. Some looked down from the rooftop. Others came from the side alleys. All of them radiated unmitigated joy at the death of the Mexican killer. Ramirez had been in the business for long enough to know that he was being tracked. His stalker had ensured that the crunching of twigs and the parting of leaves was cleverly masked by the sounds of the forest. But to his trained ears, these slight aberrations stuck out like a sore thumb. "You can come out now," he shouted into the surrounding trees, his rifle scanning the shadowed realm underneath their canopies. A bandolier with 3 primed grenades flew in his direction. Recognizing the danger they presented, Ramirez bolted at the sight of the deadly package. He had only managed to take a few steps before the bombs exploded, sending shrapnel flying in all directions. The shockwave lifted him off his feet and slammed him against a tree. His rifle was flung far from his grasp as his face crunched into the trunk of the tall tree. His vision swam as he pushed away from the tree. He turned around and fell to his knees, his hands clutching his bloodied visage. Through the red filter of his freely flowing blood, he saw a female figure emerge from the trees. She was beautiful, like a forest spirit in human form. If it wasn't for the handgun and the knife sheathed on her left hip, he would have considered the sight a mirage. "Sorry about the filthy tactics. Must be the ambience. I'm feeling guilty already. Let's even the scales. Why don't you get rid of the guns, and I will let you fight this mortal battle on your feet with a blade in your hand," Naz said as she swaggered towards him. Ramirez spat out blood and said, "Bitch!" Naz shook her head. Now, there is no need for name-calling. It's a genuine offer. Gun or knife, doesn't matter. You will die at my hands. "You should do the smart thing and kill me now," he said. Naz laughed. "What? And miss out on all the fun? I could tell you were the kind that loved a fight." Naz pointed her gun at his forehead and said, "Let the games begin." Ramirez unholstered his gun. For a second he thought of raising it and popping a shot or two off at Naz's head. But his current physical state and the confidence Naz radiated stopped him from doing so. He threw his gun away and coughed up some blood. "You got some shrapnel stuck on your back, but I wouldn't pull it out now," Naz said. "I have fought with worse," Ramirez said. He stood up on shaky legs as he unsheathed his knife. "Take your time," Naz said as she ditched her gun. The shakes had not bothered her during her daily shooting practice, so she could have used her gun to finish off the Mexican killer. But she meant what she said to her opponent. Where's the fun in that? She lived for battle. Naz was certain that she was a Viking raider in her former life, fighting and pillaging the English countryside for loot and glory, testing the limits of her physicality in combat, trying to cheat death. She pulled out her knife from its crimson red sheath and began twirling the blade in her hand as she walked around Ramirez. "This is a good place for you to die," Ramirez said. His head had cleared up by now, and the strength had returned to his limbs. His back was aching like hell, but it also served to heighten his senses. He was alert and prepared to deliver the kill. "You ready?" Naz said. "Born ready, you foolish girl," Ramirez said. Naz nodded before rushing her quarry with her flashing blade. A flurry of sweeps made Ramirez backpedal as he looked for a break to demonstrate his own knife skills. Ramirez sidestepped and spun 360 degrees before lashing out, the weapon narrowly missing Naz's left ribs. Naz pivoted and faced off against her enemy. This time Ramirez waved the blade in the air from left to right and back again before lunging ahead, the sharp tip pointed straight at Naz's heart. Naz took a single backward step before landing a jarring hit on his forearm with the butt of her blade. Ramirez yelped and shook the pain out of his arm. The two fierce warriors pounced on each other, their blades clashing and throwing sparks in the air. Then they separated and stalked each other, reading their opponent's body language, assessing weaknesses, and detecting tells that could help them deliver a fight-ending move. A whirling ballet of blade work ensued as both killers hacked and stabbed at what they thought were vital spots on their enemies' bodies, only to find their weapons harmlessly sliced through thin air. "Not that easy to kill me, princess," Ramirez said. "I hate it when people call me a princess," Naz said, renewing her assault. Ramirez expertly dodged her swings and bludgeoned back with a series of powerful strikes. Naz ducked and weaved his deadly riposte nimbly, a smug smile plastered on her face. Naz jabbed out an unexpected kick, which nearly plunged into Ramirez's belly, but the wily operator pivoted on his right foot to escape its fury. Then he slashed at Naz's thigh with an almighty roar that shattered the forest's serenity. Naz shrieked as blood sprayed out through her torn pants. The enraged contract killer thrust and slashed, searching for a killstroke as pain set her leg on fire. When her venomous attacks did not find a home, she spun low on her good leg and scored a line of crimson just below Ramirez's kneecap. Even as he yowled in pain, Ramirez took the opening he received and arced his blade down onto Naz's head. But she rolled forwards and pushed up to her feet, picking up a rock from the ground in the process. What would have been a fatal attack ended in a frustrating and wasteful move, which infuriated Ramirez. Naz spun around to face an outraged Ramirez who was rushing at her, the glinting blade raised above his head with deadly intentions. His blade flashed down at her neck, but she veered to the side and smashed the rock into the side of his head. Ramirez let out a long, painful cry as he reeled from the impact. Nas bent low and jabbed the blade into his belly before drawing it out and plunging it back into his gut again. She pulled the knife out and stepped back. Ramirez clutched at his side as pain blitzed through him, threatening to banish his situational awareness. He staggered for a few steps before spinning around to face Nas. He slammed his wound angrily with a closed fist. Bloody saliva now coated his teeth, which he gritted in pain and rage. I see it in your eyes. The inevitability of what's going to happen next has dawned on you, Nas said as she swaggered towards him. Ramirez pounced on her, bellowing like a wild predator, ignoring the pain raking his body. Nas ducked, weaved and dodged Ramirez's knife attacks at close quarters. Blood spurted out from Ramirez's wound, and his attacks grew weaker. The soldier of fortune heaved a mouthful of vomit as he stumbled forwards. Nas seized the moment and stabbed the front of his neck before landing a front kick to his chest and sending his defeated form sprawling onto the ground. Ramirez watched the forest canopy crowd over his vision and merge with the darkness that first claimed his soul and then his body. In the pale blue light of a half-moon, Alberto waited for his men at the predetermined spot. It was right next to a babbling river that was home to silver forms of darting aquatic beings. Leeches had started to congregate around his still form as he carefully observed the surrounding forest for movement. He didn't dare close his eyes, fearful that he might miss the arrival of his men, or worse, that his enemies might chance upon his position. Dawn arrived and warmed Alberto's leech-covered body. When the first rays of the sun illuminated the forest canopy, he finally broke down, admitting the truth to himself. His men were not coming home. He had failed his team and their families. He imagined the hateful looks their widows and orphans would cast upon him and how his skin would burn in response. Guruji was in his apartment, sitting on his couch and icing his swollen ankle when the text message came in. It was from SP Vinaya-Prasad. "You okay?" it read. "One got away. I'm not okay." He texted back. "Are you physically okay?" she typed. "I'm an old man. I take wounds easily. Just running up those alleyways buggered my right ankle," he wrote. "Just an ankle? Good. Nothing else?" she asked. "Nothing else," he responded by text. He didn't get a message for another 5 minutes while he massaged tiger balm into the bulging mass of flesh. "I have been meaning to say something to you," Vinaya wrote. "What?" he asked. She never texted back the answer to that query. Guruji heard his wife moaning in pain in her room. He limped to the kitchen, collected some warm broth from a large pot, and took it to her. He sat beside her with the bowl of piping hot liquid. "Have a few mouthfuls, and then I will give you the painkiller. You can't have it on an empty stomach," he said. His wife looked at him lovingly and extended a frail hand. She rubbed it against the scratch on his forehead. "Bumped it against some furniture. Nothing serious," he said. "Aren't you glad you don't have to clean up my wounds anymore?" Her expression hardened. The light in her eyes was replaced by something empty and cold, like she was remembering some past grievance. Then she dropped her hand and turned her face away from him. Guruji looked on sadly, the steam from the soup warming up his face. Somewhere in the distance, a train activated its horn and a forlorn sound cut through the night, reminding the damned ones that they were all alone in this cold universe.
Come on, Shama. You gotta try this,
Irfan whispered. Shama responded to her 23-year-old hunky boyfriend with mock outrage before shaking her head vigorously. You don't have to ask me to join in every time we party. The answer is always no, she said. The thumping music at the Vortex nightclub in the heart of Indraprastha city must have drowned out her response, because her man continued to insist. You see this beauty? He said, lifting the clear plastic sachet which contained a pink powdered substance. This is 2CB, pure as the waters from the Himalayas. I only offer you the best of the best. Why is it pink if it's the best of the best? Shama burst out laughing. Because it's your fave color, babe, Irfan said. Good answer, Budhu, she said, slapping him gently on the cheek. The DJ was on a raised platform at the end of the dance floor, which was a glass aquarium filled with shoals of neon tetras. The dreadlock sporting DJ started playing the latest summer EDM hit, sending the dancers into a frenzy. Irfan, who had just finished snorting some 2CB, said, Come on, let's dance. Then he rushed off to the floor, dragging Shama along with him. The daughter of 2 central bank employees, Shama had never imagined being a part of IP City's elite crowd. But meeting Irfan, the lone child of cosmetic industry magnates, at a college sports meet had changed her life. It was natural for her to shake off her friends from the society and her college and embrace Irfan's wealthy circle of mates, especially the 2 most fashionable ladies / most adorable rogues on the planet, Shikha and Amrita. Presently, she was dancing with Irfan when the 2 approached her and said conspiratorially, You gotta try some of this stuff, chica. It's incredible. At first, Shama didn't understand what they were on about, but then she saw the telltale sign of 2CB on their nostrils. She shook her head. Come on, don't be such a wuss. This is high quality stuff. Do you have any clue how much this costs? They said. I'm good, ladies, Shama said with a smile. She felt bad about fobbing them off. Her resolve was cracking. The night wore on, and several drinks dented Shama's intentions to not partake in the consumption of her boyfriend's favorite substance. The ladies were persistent in their encouragement, even though she had rebuffed them every time they approached her to extol the virtues of 2CB. Everyone around her was on it, and they seemed to be having a great time. She started feeling like an outsider, like a coward, too scared to enjoy the good things in life. Get rid of your middle-class hang-ups, Shama. This is another world, and now you're a part of it. When in Rome, be like the Romans, she thought to herself. Eventually, at 2 a.m., she approached Irfan for a hit of the much-wanted party drug. He agreed to her request with a triumphant smile. Finally, you have seen the light, woman, he said. He patted his pocket and produced an empty sachet. Shit, I have to stock up again. Wait here, babe, he said. He disappeared into the crowd to hit up the dealer standing next to the bar with a bum bag wrapped around his hip. This is a new batch. Just came through. He wheezed through his stinky mouth, which was full of staggered teeth. Irfan passed him a roll of cash and took the pouch to Shama. Come on, baby. Let's go to the couch and snort a line, he said. Not in public. I will go to the bathroom, Shama said. Shy girl, hey? That's what I love about you, he said, kissing her on the lips before handing her the sachet. Shama secreted the drug in her purse and snaked through the crowd of revelers. On the way, she passed the 2 party animals, Shikha and Amrita, who were grinding against a famous TV star. She pulled out the plastic and waved it at them. Go, chica! 2CB virgin no more! Her girl pals cheered. The gaudily dressed TV star raised his cocktail and hooted. Shama entered an empty toilet stall. She could hear tired chit-chat outside. Girls reapplying makeup and catching up on the latest gossip or rating the hot new guys and girls in the club. She took a deep breath before opening the sachet. It would be another hour before Irfan noticed that his beloved Shama hadn't returned to the dance floor. He shook off his drug haze and stormed the female toilets to find the doors to one of the stalls locked. He bent down and looked through the gap in the bottom to find the collapsed form of his girlfriend. The fentanyl-contaminated batch of 2CB had stopped her heart 20 minutes ago. Our drugs are being sold in every neighborhood, in every street, in every alley in IP City, Papa. Miguel gloated on the phone as Don Ernesto Fuentes listened patiently. Top-grade 2CB is flooding high-class parties and expensive nightclubs, while on the streets, we are making a killing with our low-grade cocktail mixes. You saw the numbers I sent you last night. We have won, Miguel said. He was pacing the balcony of his palatial beachside home in Goa, dressed in a white shirt and suit pants.
I am told the kill team has been wiped out, and a lot of our assets on the ground are in prison. And most importantly, the people who have caused us this misery are alive and kicking. Worse, they are invisible,
the aging Don said. We have won. Did you not hear me say that? Dinesh Chettiar's empire is ours now, Miguel roared.
The way you are going about this conquest of yours is what concerns me. I am worried about the blind spot, son, and your rash conduct. I gave you this opportunity to show me you have learned from the past,
the Don said. Of course, another lesson about the past, Miguel scoffed.
I want you to watch your tone towards your beloved Papa, your Don,
Ernesto said. And what is this past you talk of? Miguel asked.
The past,
the Don said. Say it. Say it, Miguel growled.
The past,
Ernesto responded sadly. You are a gutless coward who can't say it. Say it. Say, Miguel, you were meant to watch over your mother. Instead, you got her killed, Miguel said. Miguel smashed the phone against the wall before settling down on the couch with a bottle of expensive scotch. As the drinks slipped smoothly down his throat, the floodgates containing painful memories opened up and unleashed their fury on his mind. A decade ago, a rival had moved against his father's cartel. Sicarios were dispatched to hunt Miguel and his mother, to hit Ernesto where it hurt the most. They moved from town to town, staying in safe houses for a few days, while being protected by armed guards. Truth be told, Miguel had partly enjoyed that period. Spending quality time with his mother instead of partying with fakers or sleeping with mistresses who only liked him for his money and power. Claudia, his mother, was like Nuestra Señora de Guadalupe, a saint. Kindness, love, joy, and warmth radiated from her person. She was a vessel that carried all the goodness in the world. Miguel, mi hijo, always remember that I'm waiting for you at home, she told him every time he stepped out of their family home. After a while, the love and presence of his mother was not enough to keep the demons at bay. They had spent nearly 7 months on the run, and Miguel's nerves were fraying. He started consuming top-grade 2CB regularly. Paranoia assailed his psyche. Were they being bugged? Were the guards leaking information? Cycles of unending worries and anxieties crippled the sensible half of his brain. He hit the 2CB harder, worsening the situation. What was once a savior soon became a punisher. On that fateful morning in March, Miguel woke up with the sweats. He immediately unscrewed all the downlights in the ceiling, looking for bugs and hidden cameras. The discovery of snipped-off wires, which could have resulted from some previous electrical work, caused his anxiety to spike. What about that new guy Chavez, who replaced one of the SIG guards yesterday? There was something a bit off about him, no? His mind whispered. Miguel snorted some 2CB from a golden spoon before packing his clothes. Mama, we need to go. Right now. Get ready to leave in 10. He shouted out to his mother. What happened, mijo? His mother inquired. He did not respond to her requests for an explanation. The alarmed guards inquired about his decision to leave. He asked them all to back off. I don't trust any of you pendejos, he screamed at them as he pulled his confused mother towards the car. Listen to me, Mama. You gotta trust me. I have a feeling something terrible is about to go down. Papa has entrusted me with keeping you safe, and I will fulfill my duty, come hell or high water. Get in the car, now. Can I call Papa, Miguel? Claudia said. Blood pounded in Miguel's veins. His head felt like it was about to burst open. Get in the car, woman, he said to his shocked mother. Before starting the car, he snorted a pinch of 2CB, ignoring his mother's alarmed looks. I don't want any of you fuckers following me, he shouted to the guards, who disregarded his orders and streamed into their SUVs. Miguel's Ferrari zoomed out of the parking lot and down the coastal route that overlooked a raging ocean. The security escort that he had stood down followed nevertheless. Miguel checked the rear-view mirror. The fuckers. The disloyal pinche cabrons. They're in on the treachery, Mama. They have betrayed us. I will not let them touch you, Mama, Miguel declared. Claudia was terrified of her son's crazed appearance and his paranoid ramblings. Stop, Miguel. Stop this madness, she begged. Miguel put his foot down and pushed the car to its limits in the straight stretches. He accelerated through hairpin corners at terrifying speeds as tall waves lashed the cliffs below them. Every time he checked the mirrors, he could see the cars following him receding farther and farther into the distance. Yeah, he said, pumping his fist before turning his attention to the road. He blacked out for a second before his mother's screams brought him back to reality. By then, the car was off track and leaping headfirst into the ocean. A wall of green and white water, and the roar of its wrathful, foamy talons greeted them. Miguel threw the glass of whiskey onto the floor and smashed it into 1,000 pieces. He poured the bottle down his throat as the painful memory sliced through his heart. His phone rang. He ignored it, feeling the acidic drink burning down into his belly. Mama, his mind lamented. Forgive me, Mama. Tears now joined the alcohol, spilling down the sides of his mouth. The phone rang incessantly. Miguel popped the bottle beside him and checked the caller ID. No name, but he knew who the number belonged to. Miguel answered the call. I know where that puta madre J-Beam is holed up, Alberto Salazar's grim voice announced. Suddenly, it was as if the 2CB Miguel had vowed off years ago had entered his system and sent a spike of pleasure up and down his body. This is great news, Miguel said. And he meant it. It was the kind of news that would let him unleash acts of violence that would be a salve to his ailing soul. It would ease his pain, even if it was for a moment. He wouldn't say no to that relief. No way. He would never have forgiveness from his father or his own conscience. But he could escape into the fury of the war he was waging with his enemies. He would bathe in J-Beam's blood-curdling screams, and it would help him forget. We know where J-Beam is, Miguel said on the video call. Abhinav Pandey, who was feeding meat to his pet tiger through the bars of a golden cage, pretended to be unimpressed by this revelation. We need some of your men to accompany Alberto on this mission, Miguel said. Abhinav said, shoving an enormous piece of steak into the purring animal's mouth. That's not the only thing I need from you, Miguel said. I think we already had a chat about this, Miguel. You are in no position to make demands. I will consider the request you just made, Abhinav said with a chuckle. He had this head of security, Carlos, who liked to keep tigers. He was a real piece of shit. Rude, physically abusive. The boys hated working with him. Eventually, he got eaten by one of his pets. We threw the biggest party to celebrate the happy occasion, Miguel said. Why the fuck am I listening to stories about your dead chums? Abhinav said, glancing irritatedly at the phone held by one of his servants. Because I was the one that let his killer out of the cage, Miguel said. Abhinav gave Miguel a shocked look. I know your sister is partying in Cancun for spring break. It wouldn't take me long to order for her naked body to float in the marina so the tourists can gawk at a floater. A drug overdose is a tragedy for the family and society at large, don't you think? Miguel said. Abhinav dropped the meat skewer and took the phone. Don't you dare, Abhinav said. You are not in a position to make threats. You will get the men for Alberto, and you will find the contract killers who are working for the police, Miguel said. We have been looking, Abhinav began saying. In vain, Miguel finished the sentence for Abhinav. Try harder. Let me give you an incentive to drum up some motivation. Your sister has just checked into Joe's cocktail bar at the Carlos Nader Avenue. Abhinav's tiger growled in displeasure in its cage. Miguel could see Abhinav breaking into a cold sweat on the screen. Alberto Salazar watched the thatched hut located in a migrant camp on the outskirts of IP City with great interest. Surrounded by tumble-down dwellings of similar provenance, it could have been easily mistaken for a hovel that lodged day laborers working on the nearby highway project. But inside the building was the man who had helped entrap and murder his men. Alberto winced at the memory of the goodbyes he had delivered to his men before directing them to the rendezvous point. He raised a hand and directed the 15 goons supplied by their local ally Abhinav Pandey to throw Molotov cocktails at the cluster of huts. Jai Bhim clutched the 3 rings strung around his chain and wept. The ornaments belonged to Nilesh, his wife, and his child. I have failed you, he said. His big heaving sobs even brought the stoic men around him to tears. The memory of losing Alberto in the haze of the attack on the village raked at his soul with sharp talons. I have failed you, he repeated. We will find the missing killer, boss, one of his trusted men piped up. Yes, boss, the others chorused. Jai Bhim smiled through a veil of tears. The emotional moment was interrupted by the sound of shattering glass and a big whoosh of air. Shouts of surprise filled the night air outside the confines of the hut. Jai Bhim and his men looked up in alarm as something swished and crackled over their heads. The screams of migrant workers rendered the sky as hundreds of panicked bodies evacuated their huts. The orange glow drove away the darkness. We are under attack, Jai Bhim said. You know what to do. His men nodded. It's been an honor, he said. Guns drawn, the men formed a protective cordon around Jai Bhim as they exited the burning dwelling via the back door. Everything was on fire, Some of the residents were engaged in a hopeless fight against the blaze, armed with buckets of water. Bhim experienced the frenzy of the fiery night through a tangle of arms and faces. Soon, gunfire broke out from multiple directions. His bodyguards fired back, but several of them were mowed down by precision shots delivered from the cover of darkness. Almost there, Bhim said encouragingly as the survivors edged closer to the forest. But before he could bolt into the safety of the dark woods, a hail of bullets took out the last of his protectors. A bullet obliterated Bhim's left calf muscle, and he crashed to the floor with a loud shriek. Bhim willed the incredible pain away for a moment to pull out his handgun. But he took another slug in his shoulder just as he was preparing to fire back at his enemies. A black figure, reminiscent of a giant bat, swooped down on him from nowhere and smashed the gun out of his hands. Alberto Salazar's war-paint-covered face was lit by the orange glow of the flames, and a primal hatred radiated from his features. "I have come for my vengeance," he said, before crashing an elbow down on Bhim's head and knocking him out cold. Abhinav Pandey watched his father, one of the most powerful MPs in the country, listening to petitioners and taking meetings in the magnificent grounds of their palatial home. He was standing on one of the marble balconies, sipping chamomile tea to calm his nerves. His father was dressed in his usual uniform, white kurta and pajama. A Rolex watch was the only ostentatious artifact on his father. He watched as the men seated before his father leaned forward and bowed their heads as a mark of their fealty. Building his own criminal empire in Indraprastha city was Abhinav's golden ticket to power, especially after his failed foray into Bollywood. Without his father's grace, he wouldn't have gained the favor of the producers in that nepotistic industry. The 3 movies he starred in were colossal flops. After the failed attempt, his father had offered him a helping hand to enter politics, but Abhinav refused. He couldn't stand to suffer another indignity at the expense of his father's grace. He told his father he was importing tequila from Mexico at cheaper rates and that some creative accounting could see him skimping on tax and raking in some serious cash. He had lied to the cartel about his father's involvement to give them the confidence to get in bed with him. Drugs generated an astronomical amount of wealth in a short amount of time, but it also introduced dangerous bedfellows like the cartel into the mix. Abhinav had gone about his plans meticulously, making sure there were plenty of fail-safes in play to cover his ass. He always knew the identity of the hired killers employed by Vinaya Prasad. The department was a corrupt cesspit of traitorous officers, too eager to leak secrets for a fat envelope of cash. The contract killers kept the cartel's power in check. They ensured that the venomous snake didn't turn on its master. Presently, his father was dressing down a fat man in a safari suit who listened to the tirade with a bowed head. He wouldn't utter a word in response. Such was his father's power. Abhinav didn't want to be that unfortunate fool. Now that his sister's life was in danger, he would have to give up his leverage. But he was determined to find another way to bring his wayward partners to heel. Bhim was struggling against his restraints when Alberto's men switched on the machine. A saw blade the size of a bicycle tire whirred into life meters from his head. "I see you are recording this, you fucking dog," Bhim roared. "Yes, my patron didn't want to miss out on the spectacle," Alberto said, adjusting the SLR camera on the tripod. Jai Bhim unsuccessfully spat in his tormentor's direction. Collecting proof of death is part of a mercenary's job. People think my work is similar to butchery. That is not necessarily true. It is about communicating effectively, presenting information in such a way that it leaves no room for ambiguity, sending a message that is brutal in its simplicity, but grand enough to beat someone's will into submission. Take what's going to happen to your bloody remains, for example, if you don't answer my questions. We call it encobijado. The tortured corpse is wrapped in a sheet, and threats are scrawled on its blood-stained surface. Then it's displayed prominently for the benefit of those whose hearts and minds need a readjustment. Alberto said, "You will not get any satisfaction out of killing me, fucker." Jai Bhim said, "My family will be avenged. It's only a matter of time." "No, the families of my men will be avenged tonight. You will go the way of your pathetic master. Do you know, I enjoyed shooting the dog and the child in particular because they fought back the most. The woman, well, she was just like her husband, a sniveling coward to the very end," Alberto said with a smirk. Jai Bhim cried out in frustration and rage. For a second, it looked like he would tear away the leather cuffs and ropes that bound him to the tray that fed the bladed machine. "You have one chance to save your life. Tell me about the killers the department hired to hunt us. I know they are the ones who slayed my men. You merely orchestrated the trap. I give you my word. You and your men will be out of the game, but alive and in our care," Alberto said. His face resembled a wounded snake in the yellow glow of the bulb hanging from the roof. "I would no sooner have myself cut into pieces than rat out my friends," Jai Bhim cried. "Thought you would say that," Alberto said as he pressed the big red button which powered up the conveyor belt that carried Jai Bhim's body towards the buzzing blade. "You were a thorn in our shoes for a while there, Jai Bhim. No more," Alberto said. "Adios, amigo." Jai Bhim screamed briefly as the saw sliced into his skull, throwing up blood, bones, and brain matter. The recording light on the SLR pulsed as it captured the horrifying dissection of Nilesh Chettiar's bravest and most loyal foot soldier. "Nice," Miguel remarked as he watched the video of Jai Bhim's gruesome murder on his tablet. "And now here's where that piece of shit ended up," Antonio Perez, Miguel's assistant, said as he swiped to the left, bringing up the image of a dead body wrapped in bloodied sheets, resting on the steps of IP City's ornate town hall. "Encobijado. I like it," Miguel remarked. In addition to the threats penned on the sheet, a cardboard was placed on the body which read, "We always settle our accounts." "Let's go feed the dog," Miguel said, referring to his giant Saint Bernard housed in an air-conditioned room in the palatial house. Miguel's phone, which sat on a crystal ashtray, rang. Antonio picked it up and glanced at the screen. "Yeah, a call from another one of your pets," he said with a smile. Miguel grabbed the phone and said, "Abhinav, I take it that you have answers for me." "Yes, I do," Abhinav responded. "Great. Text me the details. While we are taking out the trash, we might also snip the head of the snake that has brought all this grief upon us," Miguel added. "Going after a senior police officer is not the smartest move, Miguel," Abhinav said. "Call me Don," Miguel said. "Don Miguel," Abhinav said. "We are in the kind of business where dealing with the consequences of bloody actions is par for the course, Abhinav. A young lad like you should at least know that by now," Miguel said. I'm sure you and your father's political influence will also help us deal with the blowback. Abhinav stammered. Settle your nerves, lad. The heads of the contract killers and the bitch who hired them will roll. Our kingdom will no longer have barbarians at its gates. Good times are coming, Miguel said. He could sense Abhinav withering on the other side, and the feeling of dominance sent shivers of delight down his spine. Thanks for listening to India Noir. Click the follow button. You can also take a sneak peek at how the show is produced and my life and my interests via my social media channels. I am at India Noir on Instagram and Twitter.